I need you to stop focusing in on your I can'ts. I need you to start focusing on your
Well,
I
don't
can'ts.
think I've said the word I can't once this entire conversation.
What is God effectively telling us? That the answer is ultimately found in light. But guess what God didn't tell us?
They centralize and control scientific narrative through centralization and control of the money.
The Rockefeller people absorb the story of RNA and DNA, link it to drugs, voila, you have centralized medicine. The thing in front of you right now, that Apple computer, that changes the light that you're adapted to. And that destroys POMC signaling in us and leads to all the chronic diseases that we have today.
Francis Bacon says nature to be commanded must be obeyed.
It's a quantum nano engine that works with 100% efficiency.
There's no loss to friction, no loss.
None. We've never built an engine ever like the ATPA. Do you want to hear the worst part that we haven't talked about yet? Do you know who owns that system? Robert Maxwell and Ghislaine Maxwell. How's that? You didn't think Epstein was going to come into this environment.
Go on.
I think our environment and our families, our experiences, train us. Like, I believe there's alphas, betas, gammas, deltas, and thetas. And the thing is, there's times when, like I've said to Chantal, I'm low energy, but even in my low energy state, I can elevate it. If we're talking about something that I'm very interested in, dude, I will bring you to the tip of the spear and make you understand that this is important. And we do it in the words we use, the inflection, the tones. We're not just powerful in how we speak, the words we use, but how we deliver. And when you're in someone's physical presence, that is the most powerful state that you're going to have with another person. Like when you're talking to them over the phone, you've probably had news break where you say, yeah, let's not talk about this on the phone. Let's go meet, have a coffee, and let's chat about this. Like if it's one of your buddies breaking up with his girlfriend or, something else. Or like if your kid, just flunked a test and come talk to me.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But the other thing is too, when you're at a meeting, like I just went through the Adopting Bitcoin meeting and I sat there and I thought to myself, the room is incredible. The speakers were horrible. We have to elevate this game. Now, I realize that this is a new conference. And what am I saying? Some people would hear, if you're the pessimist, oh, the conference sucked. No, that's not what I'm saying. The conference was really good, but we need to put better carbon-based substrate on the stage to actually have more interesting conversations, because guess what's going to happen? When guys like you come to El Salvador, you're going to say, wow, I feel like the power of this room and the message that's being delivered. It turns out the message that's being delivered in a podcast, in a discussion with your friends, to me, that's where the mana comes from.
Well, I'm so happy to be in the mana with you today. I think we have to start, quantum biology day, if we could put a frame on the whole conversation we're going to have today. You may want to change that frame. But you've said in the past that there's light, water, and magnetism is like the three-legged stool of quantum biology. And so I want to ask you about each of these, like defining them, what they are, really unpacking them from an elementary first principles approach. And so to do that, I'll start with a quote about light, and this is from you. You said, life organizes around light, and light is the biggest part of the three-legged stool of light, water, and magnetism. So how about we start with the story of light? What is light, and how is it so relevant to us?
Light contains all the energy and information that's present in the world. And it's buried and it's hidden from us. And matter has to be used to pull that energy and information out. What's the next semiconductor that does that? Water. Water is the means of communication for us to understand the energy and information that's buried in light. So remember how this all began. Whether you're religious or you believe in the theory of evolution, what did they say in Genesis 1:1 to 1:12? Let there be light. So what is God effectively
lux.
telling? Yeah, what is God effectively telling us? That the answer is ultimately found in light. But guess what God didn't tell us? What the recipe was. So what's the message to you and me as sentient beings that are having this discussion? That we need to parse out how we get and tap the information and energy and information that's in light so that we can make a meaningful life, that we can explain Bitcoin, that we can explain why we're drawn to each other, why we don't like each other, why Arabs and Jews don't like each other, why, the United States government is filled with criminals. The answer is in the light that's around us. And it's our duty to decipher it. And inside our cranium, we have this amazing quantum electromagnetic computer that allows us to decipher the cipher in the code of light.
So the other quote on water, I was going to quote of you. You said water is a chameleon. It's the medium, the means, and the message for cells. And so you have life occurring at the interface point between light and water. And I've also heard you say that light structures water. This struck me, it sounded to me like almost like a masculine and feminine principle. If I look at Taoists, that the sun, the energy, the information, the structuring, bringing order to chaos, and water is more the chaotic, fluid, generative, like dynamic aspect of reality.
I don't think about it as male and female, but when I say structure, what am I fundamentally talking about? I'm talking about the physics. I'm talking about water is physically changed. It's a phase transition when light interacts with it.
Okay.
Now, I understand how you could say that would be a male and female interaction, because I do get that, because obviously there is a change.
Masculine and feminine is more like the assertive and receptive aspects of reality. I'm talking about a little bit more Eastern philosophy rather than female, but yes.
When I tend to talk about this stuff, I get very, very reductionist when I'm trying to describe it to a non-scientific audience. So when I say structure, the atomic structure of water is physically changed by light.
Right.
In other words, water no longer is H2O.
Got it.
It actually changes its crystalline structure. It becomes a liquid crystalline display that allows life on Earth to manifest in the way that it does. And that's what gives us, the Library of Alexandria of humankind. Our brains are designed to decipher that message in a very specific way because of how we use the electromagnetic spectrum. We don't use the entire electromagnetic spectrum on Earth. We're designed to use a very small part of it. In fact, 1 octave of 73 octaves that are present. So if you think about light in the grander scale, the electromagnetic spectrum is a scale that has 73 octaves. But on our planet, where we are, third rock from the sun, we use 1 octave. And we do something very unusual. Most of it is in the visible spectrum between 250 and 760. We can go all the way up to 3100, but we also use 7.83 hertz, which is in the extreme low frequency radio wave. And that actually is the frequency of the TV station that's built into our brains that allow us to know where the sun and the earth are in relation to each other. Why? Because it turns out that seasonal changes are big. That also means circadian changes are big, just as you experienced today. Come to El Salvador, the sun rises at 6:04 a.m. today. Our brains are designed to pay attention to that because it turns out every single biochemical pathway in us takes its lead from when that sun rises and what happens at 7, what happens at 8. There's sequential changes. These are us changing the equalizer buttons on the flow meters of entropy, which are our mitochondria, that actually tell us what time is doing. That allows us to extract the energy and the information from the light that's around us at every time. And the amount of energy and information that we can extract from light actually is a consequence of the time that's around us. Can we extract the same amount of information in the morning that we can at noon? The answer is science actually tells us, the centralized science, that our cognition is best at midday. So if you think about that, I made the case to you that our capabilities are not great, not as great as they could be. We're not designed in the decentralized network of nature to be at our best in the morning or at night. Cognitively, we are sharp. We are the silly talking monkey with a quantum computer on our head that works best at midday when the best light of the day is around us. So that should actually tell you why I always believe that food trumps, I should say light trumps food, because we know that the best light of the day is when our cognition is tremendous. But it points out something that you asked me about. Do we harvest light energy and light information the same at all hours of the day? The answer is no, we don't. And we need to become aware of that, because it turns out, what happens when we use a competing light source or information source? That means we're not able to extract the full amount of energy or information from those systems either.
So the sun obviously giving us light, that powers the water-based organism that we are. We are. I think you said a quantum battery of some kind that's basically running on sunlight.
Well, the other part of the story we haven't got to yet.
Sorry, the question for me is, you said basically light is creating this crystalline structure in water.
Correct.
So light's crystallizing water. What is it about water specifically that gives it this unique ability to have such an interactive relationship with light?
Well, it's the two atoms on the periodic table that make it interesting. Oxygen is the second most electronegative atom on the periodic table. Hydrogen is the simplest atom. The hydrogen that we favor in life is actually light hydrogen. That's called
deuterium.
Protium. Protium is the weakest, or I should say the proton. Deuterium is a proton and a neutron. So it has double the atomic weight, but it's still called hydrogen. The third one, which we don't use, is tritium. Tritium is 2 neutrons and 1 proton. It is radioactive. It has no use in biology, but it's present on Earth. So those are the 3 isotopes. So most people, their relationship with water is H2 out of the tap. You have to realize H2 out of the tap also is different when you live in Miami, El Salvador, or Copenhagen. It has its own zip code. Why? Because that's tied to the hydrology cycle of the Earth. So it turns out the least amount of deuterium is in our water at the poles. The highest amount of deuterium is at the equator. What's the reason for that? The decentralized network of nature actually tells you that where water has to be the strongest, meaning carry the most energy, deuterium has to be absent. That's because the sun is weak in those areas. Where the sun is the strongest, water can be the weakest. So in other words, this is like the face of Janus. When you think about mythology, that there's always got to be a good and bad.
Yeah,
and I
because
think
you were talking about how advantageous it is to live near the equator previously, and now you're saying there's a problem too.
Well, yeah, there is, but the problem is this: as we age, our heteroplasmy rate, meaning the entropy in our system, goes up. That's what aging effectively is. Doug Wallace from the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia has figured out, on average, normal aging, we go up 10% every year in terms of losing our thermodynamic efficiency. So that's what normal aging is a consequence of.
Yeah.
But what Doug doesn't do a good job telling people is that aging can speed up or slow down within that decade. In other words, we can age. Like, for example, you shared with me yesterday, your gut has been a problem for you your whole life. So that means the gut clocks in
9
you.
years, not a whole life.
But
yeah.
The gut clocks in you have aged at a faster rate than, say, the gut clocks, or I should say, the clocks in your skin or the clocks in your eyes. So the consequence is that you have to realize that even the clocks in you have a different zip code, and certain things can affect them, but we don't have this experience because centralized medicine doesn't teach us this, but the physics of organisms does, and it comes down to understanding that light powers water And then from that consequence, then we get the ordering of matter. How does the ordering of matter begin? That's the story where DNA and RNA comes from. Why? Because they're electromagnetic antennas.
Okay, well, that's my next question, is electromagnetism. So electromagnetism includes light, I think.
Yes.
But it also goes beyond light, I guess, in some ways. Or,
the way I would like you to think about it, like for this podcast.
And you were saying electromagnetism is like the alphabet. So please tell me what that means.
Yeah. Well, if you think about the electromagnetic spectrum, it has 73 octaves. So that means it goes from low end, which is RF, which is radio frequency, up to gamma rays. Gamma rays being the strongest ones, things that are released from stars. We have gamma rays here, like when lightning hits the ground. If you had the appropriate equipment, you could find that gamma rays are actually released from lightning bolts, just in a very small amounts. But that's the strongest part of light. RF is the weakest part. Matter is affected by each octave of the electromagnetic spectrum differently. And it turns out on Earth, we're most interested in the visible part of the spectrum, which is a very small part, and the RF range in 7.83 hertz. That's called the Schumann resonance. That resonance happens because of the planet and the solar wind in terms of how they interact. It creates a resonance in the ionosphere of 7.83 hertz. The interesting part of this is each part of the electromagnetic spectrum should be thought of then as a letter in the alphabet, A through Z. So if I was to tell you that we're using J and A would be 7.83 hertz, J being the visible spectrum from 250 to 760. Everything in life can be explained by the extraction of the energy and information from those parts of the spectrum. There's nothing on Earth that cannot be explained by those versions of light. And that perspective is decidedly different than what centralized medicine would say.
So is electromagnetism something like the actual cosmic software code then?
Yes.
If it's alphabetical?
I think it's a way to think about it. Some people who are hearing this who are probably more spiritual and more religious would think, Jack, are you saying that God is light and light is God? In that way, I would be okay with that analogy. But to remember, you have to cipher or decipher the cipher inside of light. And what I'm telling you is that the environment builds in that radio system. In other words, you have to have a way to extract the energy and information from the system. And effectively, that's what Robert Breedlove and Jack Kruse are. We extract energy and information from that system. But even amongst us, you and I may be considered like an AM radio station.
Mm-hmm.
You may be 760, I'm 1380. We can be brothers, maybe not even identical.
Could be resonant.
Correct.
But dissimilar.
Correct.
Yeah.
And that's the experience that we have with people in our environment. That's why when we talked, earlier this morning about AI, and I told you my problem with AI is that AI doesn't have a target. And I mentioned to you that AI, the target of AI in humanity is our children. This part of you is the father and part of you is the mother, but the child, even though it's part mom and part dad, it's actually a new AI. In other words, its target.
Wouldn't that be an NI? It's like a natural intelligence?
Yeah, I mean, you could call it that, but this is semantics that we use to determine.
It's a deep philosophical question where the line between artificial and natural actually exists.
It's kind of like what we talked about between ignorance and fraud.
Yeah.
It's exactly the same story. It's a sliding scale.
Knowledge and intentionality.
Right. And where's the dividing line? And I think, the discussion we're having today about science is we're really trying to parse out the difference between centralized and decentralized science and the basis of the three-legged stool, light, water, magnetism, where it begins. Where'd that idea come from? That idea came from, and I took it specifically because of Becker's work, because that's what SETI uses to look for intelligent life in the masses. So if NASA knows that light, water, and magnetism is the key, if we're looking at different planets. Like we can look at Mars, Saturn, or let's even take it further. Let's go to the nearest galaxy like Andromeda. I mentioned to one of your guys that's shooting with us that we could actually be standing in a foreign galaxy and look at a living life form and not even realize it's alive. Why? Because it doesn't use carbon. It doesn't use water. It doesn't use light the same way we do. It's extracting energy from the system. And I don't think that this is, I don't think this is a foreign concept. Why? Because on our own planet, we know 3.8 billion years ago, the first two domains of life were archaea and bacteria. Well, we know that today that archaea and bacteria are alive. They still exist on the planet today, but they're very different than our family, which is eukaryotes, which is a combination of those two. And the thing is, if we didn't have the ability to cognate or reason, we may not even look at a group of E. coli and say this is alive. But the crazy thing is when, say you take a deep water marine sub and you go to the bottom of the ocean, you see these weird creatures down there, and you're like, God, this is like alien life, even on our own planet. The point that I'm trying to make to you, the fractal, is I believe the same thing happens on different life forms. I believe that we've already seen other life forms in other places and didn't know that it was alive.
The farm at Okefenokee is a revolutionary new regenerative agricultural community. It features an 8,000 tree olive orchard, which they use to make their own olive oil, as well as a very large pecan orchard. All the animals on the farm are heritage animals, with some varieties over 100 years old and others thousands of years old. Fresh eggs are produced daily by the farm's chickens. Also, there are over 1,000 beehives that pollinate the over 200 heirloom fruits and vegetables and provide honey to all the residents. The farm makes its own molasses, unrefined sugar, herbs, and spices. The farm also features an herbal apothecary and a commercial kitchen. These are just a few reasons why the farm is the healthiest place on Earth. To learn more about the healthiest place on Earth, go to okefarm.com and use discount code BREEDLOVE for $21,000 off custom cabin pricing. Again, to learn more about the farm at Okefenokee, go to okefarm.com and be sure to tell them I sent you. Forget multivitamins and other supplements. Animal organs are the most nutrient-dense foods on the planet. You can get 100 times more nutrients from organs than you can from muscle meats. But the problem with eating organs is that they are difficult to find in stores, they are difficult to prepare, and even when they are prepared well, they often don't taste great. Thankfully, Heart and Soil Supplements has made consuming organ meats so much easier by providing powderized organs in capsule form. Organ meats include everything your body needs to thrive: vitamins, minerals, peptides, proteins, and growth factors. This is why organ meats were the most prized foods for our ancestors. Fortunately for us, Heart and Soil makes these treasured foods easily accessible. So go to heartandsoil.co today and use discount code BREEDLOVE to get started on your journey to optimal health and vitality. Again, that's heartandsoil.co, discount code BREEDLOVE. Have you ever wanted to start a business in the Bitcoin space? If so, then the Wolf Startup Accelerator could be for you. Wolf is the first startup accelerator dedicated exclusively to businesses developing in the Bitcoin Lightning Network. 4 times each year, Wolf brings teams from around the world to New York City to work with like-minded entrepreneurs, pushing the boundaries of what's possible with Bitcoin and Lightning. The program is designed to help early-stage companies achieve product-market fit, develop their brand, secure early-stage funding, and grow businesses that fuel the global adoption of Bitcoin. Go to wolfnyc.com to learn more or apply today. Again, that's Wolf, WOLFNYC.com.
Okay, fractal layers of nature is actually one of the next things I want to ask you about. So you've said before, the way we produce light internally, right? This is a very major feature of mammals, maybe other organisms as well.
Everything alive.
Everything alive. So, and you were talking earlier about how the sun is structuring water, basically infusing it with energy and information, telling it what to do. So this is that like cosmic decentralized network. Maybe these are fractal layers, right? The way this sun is telling us what to do, we have little mini suns being produced inside of us that are telling this what to do. Presumably, the black hole at the heart of the Milky Way galaxy is maybe telling the sun what to do through some other wave interaction we don't understand yet. So that, I mean, going deep on this idea of fractal layers, that's how you see it. It's like
Everything's
even the
connected.
word universe means one song, right? So it's one cosmic symphony of electromagnetism.
Yeah. And you have to realize that what connects the whole is light. Remember, light has unlimited range and power.
Yeah.
The photon is...
And even matter is light, by the way, right?
Yeah.
It's like low frequency or frozen light.
We learned that in 1905
exactly.
from Einstein.
Yeah.
Energy, look, the mass equivalence equation plays a huge role here, because when you look at E and you look at M,
right,
they're exactly the same thing. But what does Einstein put the C2 in
Speed
for?
of light squared.
But he's telling you that the environment,
yeah,
that the energy and mass in determines the reality we get.
Between them. Wow.
And when you think about it like that.
So all of this, we're still catching up with that from 1905.
Oh yeah, we still don't even understand. Like in medicine,
yeah,
we still don't fundamentally understand
right,
that concept. Let me tell you just how broken this is. If you want to break the fractal down, which will really get us into probably an interesting discussion. Let's talk about what 1905 really did to uncover the farce that's at the base of centralized medicine. Anybody who's a scientist, and even a non-scientist, knows that we study things in medicine based on something called the randomized control clinical trial. That's the basis of the scientific method. What does wrapped in that Tootsie Roll, what does that really mean? It means that we could take a huge powered number, get it down, and try to extract the information out of that. That's a cause and effect idea, okay? That's based on a Newtonian version of reality. 1905 told us that time is relative. If time is relative, what does that also mean? There's no cause and effect. We experience cause and effect as humans, but that doesn't mean that it's true. It's just our perception of reality. And I just told you, the electromagnetic spectrum, 73 octaves, we're blind to 72 of the octaves. But yet, we're using Newtonian physics to study the biggest questions that humanity has now in chronic diseases. So when you think about what I'm saying to you, and you think about what I said to Rick Rubin and Huberman, 18 months ago, when I said most of what's in our textbooks is bullshit. Now you understand clearly why I'm saying it, because guess what? We're blind to most of the problems, and we're studying things utilizing physics that's not even true.
So this is a change in ontology or a change in cosmology. Like it runs that deep, basically.
I think the problems in medicine are humongous, but the problem is that this discussion that I'm having with you is so fundamental to the scientific method. Like, people really don't understand truly what Einstein's relativity and mass equivalence really underpins. And if there's no cause and effect, everything is a probability.
Yeah.
Who proved that beyond a shadow of a doubt? That's Werner Heisenberg, the uncertainty principle.
Yeah.
So when you actually see this, say you embrace this,
yeah,
then you have to come immediately as a biologist or a neurosurgeon and say to yourself, as I did 20 years ago, when I went through my notebook that I told you about, that I challenged my beliefs. Well, if things aren't based on cause and effect, why do I believe everything is based on a randomized controlled clinical trial? Maybe I need to start to question that.
Amazing.
And that's what I did.
So, okay, what is it we can then learn perhaps from ancient wisdom? Genesis, Adam and Eve. These were pre-scientific age cosmologies. Is there wisdom in there about your thesis about everything being light? Obviously, God said, let there be light, fiat lux. We touched on that. But are there other indications in ancient wisdom traditions that lend themselves to support your view of the world?
Yeah, I think Genesis, the Old Testament, tells you that light is the key. It doesn't give you the recipe. our job as humanity is to figure out that recipe. The story of Adam and Eve is actually centralization and decentralization.
Okay.
It's actually good and evil. You have to embrace the suck. If you don't embrace the suck, you'll never get to the point of why life matters and why time matters. If you focus in on too much on the good, you lose the benefit of the bad. And the way I like to look at this is the light of the day is probably the good of things in life. The darkness at night, we think of probably as Satan, as heaven and hell, but you can never understand the light without the darkness. If you don't believe me, go outside and look up and see Orion.
Yeah.
You can't see Orion right now. It's what, 9 o'clock in the morning here in El Salvador. But you know, when we finish tonight, we're going to be able to go out and see that. And what does that tell you? That there's a benefit to the darkness. So the key is
intelligibility requires that contrast, right? Otherwise it's not, you can't perceive up without down.
Well, it does, but I want to get to the greater point that you asked me, because I don't want to lose this. Organized religion, things in the Old and New Testament are like supplements. They're half-truths. There's always a kernel of truth in them, but it's our job to decide what's true and what's superfluous. What's the via negativa? So you and I had a discussion before we started filming about your need for supplements and neurotropics before you started this. And I told you that the discussion that we have, if it's good, you won't need any of those things because you'll be stimulated by the biophotons between both of us. And, you know, you're chuckling now, but I think you're beginning to understand why I'm saying what I'm saying. Not only do I say it to you as a metaphor for the audience to understand this, but actually it goes to E equals MC squared, that there is energy and information in the light that we're sharing that actually can elevate or detract from the interaction between Robert and Jack.
Right.
And I want the audience, even though they have an ambient awareness of this interaction between us, they're still getting a collision, a Compton scattering of this event. And I want them to understand that the same thing is true with
the Compton scattering. I mean, the visual that came up for me there was the particle accelerator images.
Yeah.
So that's what you're saying, is the two fields are interacting.
Right. And then
you get
the
a lot
collateral
of
effect.
Yeah, a lot of nonverbal communication and
there's always information that comes from the primaries.
Right.
That's the interaction between light and water.
Right. Okay.
And we think about life in centralized medicine begins and ends with RNA and DNA, and it turns out it's actually not. It's actually the other genome in the body that's the most important, that deals with energy transformation, which is the mitochondria. DNA and RNA don't deal with energy transformation. They actually deal with a very interesting part. They're the antenna that actually connects us to the whole that you asked about before.
The wireless system.
Right. And there's other wireless systems in us, you know.
So can we talk, introduce semiconductors here? Because I thought this is a very nice bridge between a physical material technology that obviously is integral to a lot of the things that we use, and it's a direct connection to what we actually are. And so semiconductors move energy through a crystal, but this is imitating nature in some ways, like an idea that was stolen by Silicon Valley.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, where it starts though.
How are we semiconductors, and what are semiconductors?
I wouldn't say how are we, I'd say we are semiconductors. And who posed the question first to humanity in a speech in 1941 was Albert St. Georgi. He gave a speech to a group of medical students after he won a Nobel Prize for a half-truth that he talked about the Krebs cycle and vitamin C. He only got half the story right, but we gave him a Nobel Prize anyway because it was important for what he did. But the interesting part of the speech that he gave to the medical students in Budapest was that he looked at the electronic structure of proteins by themselves, because this is what he was working on in the Krebs cycle, and with vitamin C. He said, it's very interesting. They have an electronic structure that simulates what we see in semiconductors. Now, this was radical in 1941. Why? Because transistors hadn't even been discovered yet. The fact that he had knowledge of what a semiconductor was, also quite impressive for a doctor, because he was an MD. And he pointed this physical ability out to the medical students. So who happens to listen to this 1941 lecture while he was a student in high school is actually Robert O. Becker. And Robert O. Becker was stunned by this interaction. Why am I bringing this up to you? This goes to my point that humans can be impacted by discussions, two dissimilar beings, where the collateral effects cause Becker to do the things he did, and you are able to sample Becker in the electric body. So Becker goes on in his career, gets his medical degree, becomes an orthopedic surgeon, makes the craziest decision ever to not go into private practice and make millions of dollars. He becomes a simple doctor in a university military-based system, VA, and proves that everything that Albert St. George said was true, that we're made out of semiconductors. And what does he use as his key protein in us? He uses bone, because he's an orthopedic surgeon. And how does he get interested in this? He actually reads on the subject. He finds out that the same things that are present in plants are present in us. And then he has the come to Jesus moment where he looks at chlorophyll and he looks at hemoglobin and he goes, God, there's so many similarities. It's a nitride cage surrounded in an atom. The difference between the atoms, iron and magnesium, is 12 electrons. And immediately he started to think about Albert St. George's admonition in that 1941 lecture. And he said, I need to study this. I need to find out, do we grow? Do we regenerate? Is morphogenesis all tied to this idea of semiconduction in some way? That idea in the 1950s was, when I tell you, beyond radical. It's past the fringes of science.
Sure.
But that's how science begins. It begins with an outlandish question, and then you have to study it. So he studies it, and he uses simple forms of life that we all know. He uses salamanders and frogs.
It was outlandish because they are mired in the Newtonian worldview. Is that right?
Well, I would say Newtonian worldview, but I'd also say the Rockefeller view that was set up by the Flexner Report. Why? Because Flexner's report removed vitalism, which is the story of energy, from medicine, and put us more in the big pharma modus operandi. And you have to realize what happens between 1911 and 1950 is this is when Standard Oil gets blown up. All the waste products from oil become big pharma in New Jersey and Massachusetts. And we are sold the story. What reinforces the story of big pharma is actually Alexander Fleming. When he finds penicillin, penicillin's the wonder drug for the war, and drugs then replace everything. Then magically what happens right before Becker is Watson and Crick in 53. Oh, we found RNA and DNA. So what happens there? The Rockefeller people absorb the story of RNA and DNA, link it to drugs. Voila, you have centralized medicine. And the story that Becker uncovers is actually the story before the Flexner Report. Actually, where vitalism, the world of Marconi, the world of Helmholtz, the world of Clausius.
Is vitalism saying that the cosmos is an organism? Something like that? And
I would say, you could say the cosmos is an organism, but I would say the cosmos begins, if you ask me, energy. Like if you take cosmology and believe what they tell you in the Big Bang, that this is the fallacy. This is why I have a huge problem with Richard Dawkins. He hates religion, but he doesn't realize that at the basis of his own religion, scientism, is everything came from nothing.
Sure.
If that's not crazy,
right?
I mean, the story of Adam and Eve and Genesis is not crazy. I think the story of Genesis is more close to where physics begins. And if you look at the story of the first 380,000 years, that's when we called it the Dark Ages in cosmology. The reason that everything is dark is because there's no stars yet. Matter has to organize into stars, and when matter organizes into stars, light shows up, and guess what happens? When light shows up, we see that darkness can be lit, but something magically happens. There's haze. This would be the gases of matter floating in space for that first 380 years. So space initially, the early formats, is cloudy. Do you know what clears the universe? UV light. Stars begin to
Right.
make UV light.
Because those clouds clump together and then become stars, and they blow holes in or bubbles in the cloud and start to clear it out.
But this is the key. It's an opaque universe in the beginning. In other words, it's chaotic. And when UV light is emitted from these blue straggler stars,
It starts to organize.
we get clarity. In other words, it's not as opaque. And then an evolution begins. So I would tell you the theory of evolution has its own holes, bigger holes than even Richard Dawkins. And remember, these are the theories that are also absorbed by Big Pharma and Rockefeller into the RNA DNA story. The story of vitalism, the reason it didn't have a champion besides Lamarck, long time, is because nobody knew about mitochondria. It took until Doug Wallace comes along to figure out that this is an organelle that Carl Sagan's ex-wife, if you don't know this, Lynn Margolis, she never got a Nobel Prize, probably because she had a vagina, but she should have. She came up with an original idea, just like St. George's idea was brilliant, that there was an endosymbiosis where the first two domains of life got together 650 million years ago and created a eukaryote. And that was a mitochondria. And a mitochondria is able not to create energy, but to transform it. And when you transform energy, what are we saying there? I want you to think about a mitochondria the way you think about a cell phone. The cell phone seemingly is able to pull out of the ether around you the ability for you to say, oh, look what just happened today in Bitcoin. Here's the Bitcoin price. Yeah. A mitochondria did the same thing for you and me as complex life. Like when we talk about the asteroid that hits the planet 65 million years ago, how T-Rexes, big, huge dinosaurs, shrink down to become birds that are flying in my yard right now. And the little mammals that were under the ground that are furry become Robert and Jack. It's like the reversals of fortune. This is actually how the environment changed what happened in mitochondria. And we were able to pull more energy and information out of the light than we were before. And morphology changes.
Right. It's amazing. This ongoing reciprocal reconstructive reality, just always reshaping itself.
Well, it's like Joseph Schumpeter. Remember what he said?
Creative destruction. Yeah, of course. So you said this earlier too. All proteins are carbon-based semiconductors. And you guys were having a discussion yesterday about carbon, about the work of Robert Pirsig and Leela, and how carbon's a very interesting element. Has a great deal of ambiguity according to Pirsig. And that set off you talking about carbon as the Da Vinci molecule. So can we talk about that? Organisms as carbon-based semiconductors, and what is carbon and what's so magical about it?
Well, carbon is magical on the third rock from the sun because it has 4 valence electrons. It's in group 4 of the periodic table. That means it can act like a metal, a non-metal. It can even act like a gas. If you change its environment, you change its structure, it gets new abilities. It actually has the exact same abilities that water has. And this is the reason why DNA only codes for carbon-based semiconductors. And this is the part that centralized medicine forgets. They forget that RNA and DNA is predominantly a protein story. So when you think about RNA and DNA, what is the idea that I want to milk from St. George and the Becker story we just finished? Is that RNA and DNA are like AMD. They are semiconductor fabs, but they only make one part of the semiconductor. Since everybody identifies you with the Bitcoin and the Bitcoin guy, I want you to think about a quarter. So carbon is the heads side of the quarter. Water is the tail side. What am I saying to you? That nothing on Earth, the 3 domains, archaea, bacteria, or eukaryotes, can live without having carbon and water fused to form that union. This is the marriage of man and woman. This is, however you want to phrase it, this is the recipe of the cake that on this planet, the environment that we're in, 93 million miles from the sun, this
All
is the
carbon-based.
ideal partner
Right.
where the redox state is magical, with the 7.83 hertz, with the type of light that's coming through our ionosphere. Now, 3.8 billion years ago, the light that was coming through is radically different than it is now. There's been an evolution of light on our planet as well as the life evolution has changed. Why? Because it turns out bacteria and archaea actually change the environment. That's actually how we get oxygen in the environment, because we were initially in an anoxic environment. And that fundamentally changed as well.
But the life that's changed over that time period has all been carbon-based, right? We only know carbon-based life?
That's the interesting part. Because if you think about it, you may ask the question, why is it that life has not chosen to use silicon? Why hasn't life chosen to use boron? Why hasn't life chosen to use gold? What is so magical about carbon? I'm going to tell you that it's the true hermaphrodite on the periodic table, just as hydrogen and oxygen are. Now, oxygen with hydrogen has some unique features.
It's just multi-purpose, we're saying, basically. It can fit.
I wouldn't say multi-purpose. I think the word chameleon that you use in the quote.
So very much like water,
yeah,
as you said.
All these are chameleons. What does that mean? It's actually telling you why Dawkins was wrong, why Darwin's wrong, and why Lamarck was partially right. The environment sculpts the matter in us, and it uses the energy and light to extract the energy and the information to do it. So the fact that...
And then we in turn do the same thing back to the environment.
Yeah. But this is a bidirectional, antenna.
Yeah.
It's not a one-way approach. And when you think about that from a physics standpoint, that tells you that life is actually a black box radiator. We connect with the sun and we go back. That's the reason I tell my members that the sun and your mitochondria have a lot in common, not just the light emission, but we are communicating back to the sun, I believe, through the collective beings that's on the planet. In other words, this is a global electric current. And do I believe that the current in the solar system also connects to the black hole in the center and all the other stars around? Yes. And do I think it connects to Andromeda? Do I think it connects to Betelgeuse in Orion? The answer is yes.
The whole galactic supercluster is like one big neuron or something.
And I would tell you that I think that CMEs, coronal mass ejections, are a function of what's going on our planet. Do I think the ultimate reset for humanity's use or maluse of technology will be ultimately taken care of by our sun? I believe that will happen. I believe the ultimate string for the industrial military complex will be a coronal mass ejection like we last saw in the Carrington event in 1859 when Marconi was alive and anything with a wire got zapped.
You think they'll trigger it?
Oh, I think we're going to trigger it.
Well, that's very scary.
I think that's the trigger.
And what does that mean for Bitcoin?
Doesn't mean anything, because the people that built Bitcoin up were smart enough to put 13% of the network underground where it would be protected. There's other places. I think the bigger problem for a CME is, what is JP Morgan Chase going to do?
Yeah.
Because their network is really in trouble.
Yeah.
I think the bigger part for humanity to think about, I mean, we happen to be in a country right now that just came through a civil war. Do you think the people in El Salvador will be fine living off the land compared to the people in Miami? Can you imagine what Miami would look like with no supermarkets and no Total Wine and there's no deer down there running around?
Yeah.
So when you think about the centralized world that the carbon-based semiconductors in the United States,
sensitive to all of that infrastructure collapse.
So, and even if you have your Bitcoin, you begin to realize that the basics, the light, water, magnetism, the food, how do we survive? All of a sudden you begin to realize that there's a reordering or a new hierarchy that comes to play. We often lose sight, as the silly talking monkeys, that we are but a fabric in this quilt of nature, this decentralized framework. And we somehow think that we're superior than the rhino on the wall. But
I love Francis Bacon says nature to be commanded must be obeyed. And so we've been
I think
commanding it the
that's a
wrong
Jack
way.
Kruse axiom, to be honest
Yeah.
with you. I mean, that's really what my teaching's all about. But that is what I've distilled down from St. Georgie and Becker's work. When you begin to understand that you are part of the decentralized network and you need to be plugged into that, but you need to understand what that means, because nature is not the manufactured decentralized network. You know that as Bitcoin, but Bitcoin and life have many things they share in common. The big difference is the time stamping mechanism. We use quantum mechanics in our mitochondria. We use relativity. Bitcoin uses Newtonian physics. It rejects hours, it rejects seconds, but it uses 10-minute blocks to make an immutable ledger in the digital space so that cause and effect happens. Why? Because it turns out with money, you need cause and effect.
Right.
In other words, it's critical.
So you're saying it creates linear time, which is the time chain, basically, whereas our time is more cyclic.
Well, that's what a blockchain is. If you think about it, it's actually a block time.
Yeah, it's a clock, basically.
Right. That's all it is. And it measures
sure.
entropy.
Yeah.
But this is why you've heard me say multiple times that Bitcoin and mitochondria are both time machines. I think when you now hear this laid out in this podcast, you're like, okay, now I get it.
Bitcoin custody is evolving. Both self-custody and single third-party custody come with significant risk and trade-offs. OnRamp is pioneering a new standard, multi-institution custody, which eliminates single points of failure, adding fault tolerance and redundancy to your setup. OnRamp secures your Bitcoin in a segregated cold storage multi-key vault guarded by 3 independent institutional-grade custodians, none of which have unilateral control over your keys. Your funds are fully auditable on-chain, cannot be rehypothecated, and can only move or be withdrawn at your explicit direction. Multi-institution custody removes the technical, mental, and physical burdens of private key management, providing unparalleled peace of mind for you and your loved ones. Bitcoin is money, and as the price continues to appreciate, OnRamp helps you seamlessly tap into financial services like trading, inheritance, insurance, loans, IRAs, and more, all without compromising on security or accessibility. Schedule a consultation with the OnRamp team to learn more at onrampbitcoin.com/breedlove. Again, that's onrampbitcoin.com/breedlove. One of my highest health priorities is keeping my brain in top shape. To take care of my brain power, I do many things, such as striving to read, write, exercise, and meditate daily. One of the latest tools in my brain power toolkit is MindLab Pro. MindLab Pro is a nootropic supplement that is scientifically proven to enhance your brain power. When I take MindLab Pro, my mind feels like it has a better grip on the world, my thinking is more lucid, and the articulation of my speech is radically improved. MindLab Pro has been tested in rigorous, double-blind, placebo-controlled human trials and has been proven to enhance brain power for users in every age group. MindLab Pro is an advanced formulation of 11 nootropic ingredients and is backed by research from over 1,400 human trials conducted over the past 32 years. So if you're looking to enhance your brain power, MindLab Pro is an excellent solution. Go to mindlabpro.com/breedlove to start enhancing your brain power today. Again, that's mindlabpro.com/breedlove. If you're listening to this podcast, you probably get it. You get that Bitcoin upends everything that state-sponsored schools teach us about money. For those who get the importance of Bitcoin, it is important that we have a smart way to buy and hold Bitcoin. My friends at Coinbits, the oldest Bitcoin-only exchange in the United States, have pioneered the concept of roundups, which converts your spare change into Bitcoin. Simply connect your credit or debit cards, and your usual purchases are rounded up to the nearest dollar, letting you stack sats on every purchase without even thinking about it. Coinbits also provides a terrific self-custody experience. Connect a hardware wallet for automatic withdrawals into cold storage to minimize your risk and stay sovereign over your Bitcoin. My favorite Coinbits feature is Coinbits Plus, which gives you the best exchange rate on Bitcoin. It even gives you real-time feedback on how well you are doing on your savings plan. With Coinbits Plus, power users can save more money to buy even more Bitcoin. All that, plus peer-to-peer cash and Bitcoin payments, target orders, price alerts, and more means Coinbits can help you do almost anything you need to do with Bitcoin. So go to coinbits.app/breedlove to sign up today. Again, that is Coinbits, BITS.app/breedlove.
Yeah, I want to ask you about photosynthesis. Because you have said this, I think this continues with what we were talking about already, but your quote was, sunlight splits water to create a battery. So it's a capacitor. Water effectively is an electromagnetic capacitor at a physics level.
Yep.
And so the sunlight's splitting the water into positive and negative charges. And then it's using that to create a battery. And that's what life is.
Yeah, this is the basis of where actually life all begins. This is the Compton scattering that we talked about with light and water. So what did nature realize? It could not split water with visible light that was coming to the planet. So it had to put magnesium inside a nitride cage to do it. So that's what chlorophyll effectively is. If you look at chlorophyll and hemoglobin next to each other, they look absolutely identical. The only difference is the atom in the middle. Magnesium has 12 electrons and iron has 26. So you can see there's a difference. And then you start thinking about our funny guy, Einstein again, who came up with the other magical paper, which is the photoelectric effect. The more electrons you have, the more light you can use. So again, we're back to the original idea you asked me about. How do we extract more energy and information out of the environment? You need more electrons to do it. So then you asked me a question, Jack, what is redox? Redox is the net negative charge in a cell. So the more negative charges you have, the more energy and information you can harvest from light.
Yeah.
So what did nature do? It innovated the chemical, the most important chemical before we became important, which was magnesium chlorophyll. And that allowed life to begin to extract energy and information to create the first two domains of life, which is bacteria and archaea. You know it best because the trees outside have green chlorophyll in it. But there's bacteria that also have chlorophyll, and there's other types of chlorophyll that emit light. But the goal is to extract the energy and information out. That's the first layer of abstraction that chlorophyll gives you as a semiconductor. What's the next layer? When that abstraction happens, water is physically changed from H2O, because what happens? Water becomes oxygen, hydrogen, and 2 electrons are liberated. So remember what I told you. If you can charge separate water into its original components, you're making a positive charge,
You're freeing
hydrogen,
electrons.
but you're freeing electrons.
Right.
And that is the dance of life.
Okay, so the words you just used, nature realized, nature innovated. We're back to this idea of this whole thing being one big organism in which we are cells or participants somehow. Are you assigning a purpose or teleology to nature itself? Like, what is your philosophy of nature when you invoke that word?
Nature is the Big Bang. Nature is where something came from nothing. In other words, all the energy and information in the entire cosmos is buried in light. It needed to use other atoms on the periodic table to harness the recipe. And it turns out every single spot in the world and in the cosmos has a different zip code. That means the recipe will be different in every single place. But what you and I are talking about right now is the recipe on the third rock from the sun.
Right.
That's the one that we're most focused in on. I would say probably the one that Elon Musk is most focused in on is the one on Mars, the fourth rock from the sun. And that one, is very, very different because it has no magnetic field compared to us.
Is nature alive?
I believe when the forces of the three-legged stool interact, abiotic atoms get the ability to become alive because they organize. In other words, entropy drops in the system. This brings up very interesting discussion of Edward Schrodinger when he wrote his book, What is Life, in 1944. He actually termed the most crazy term, I think that's driven biologists crazy, called negative entropy.
Yeah, negentropy.
Right. And it's almost as if life, when you look at life, is able to dance on the second law of thermodynamics.
Yeah.
And it turns out life is able to do that because it uses quantum mechanics
Right.
to do it. And that's where quantum biology comes from. This is the wizard behind the curtain of centralized medicine. This is what Rockefeller, the Flexner Report, have wanted to block you from, because they want you to stay in the Newtonian world so they can sell you drugs and vaccines.
Makes sense. Okay, entropy. We're describing clocks as these entropy flow meters. This is a very complicated word. Has two different meanings, really, right? There's the entropy of physics and the entropy of communications theory or information theory.
I would tell you they're one and the same.
There's overlap between them.
John Wheeler says they're the same.
Yeah, physicist John Wheeler. So what entropy in physics? The way I've kind of heard it described is if you have like a gas chamber that's partitioned down the middle, and you have all the gas on one side, you have more knowledge about the location of those molecules. So therefore, there's harnessable energy, because if you remove that partition, that'll actually release energy. But after the fact, you have less knowledge about the location of the particles. So you've used some of the energy and increased entropy as a result. Then the entropy of communications theory is something more like, what range of possibilities is the broadcaster of a message able, like how much surprise is going to be in the message?
Right. Well, that's what Claude
constrained.
Shannon's paper in 48 was all about. He found that the single most important thing in communication was how unusual the message was.
Yes. So information is surprise. Something like so. Given the importance of entropy and everything that we're talking about, can we get a nice unpacking and definition of that in both a physics sense and a communications theory sense, or their overlap?
Well, the way you're framing the question, I would fundamentally disagree with. I think energy and information are equivalent.
Okay.
So this is actually like Einstein's idea.
And there's a law of conservation of information, just like there's a law of conservation of energy.
That law is not in thermodynamics. It's actually in quantum thermodynamics.
Okay.
So that's where you have to realize we're now bridging the classical world and the quantum mechanical world. And you have to realize, what is the laws of nature based on? Quantum mechanics, not Newtonian physics. So when you begin to understand this, you begin to understand that what is life fundamentally doing with entropy? It's giving us the ability to extract energy and information from everything. So what is the goal of a cell? The goal of a cell is to store energy and information at the vibrational level in a cell. That means the bonds between the atoms. That means the electrons in there that have been powered up or down by light. There's energy constantly in the system. The thing that centralized medicine wants you to believe is that all high energy or the battery is an ATP. We already know that that's a bullshit story. Gilbert Ling in the 1950s did the thermodynamics of ATP. We don't make enough ATP in our body to explain how life exists. Therefore, hitherto and moreover, Peter Mitchell's, Nobel Prize from 1977 is bullshit. Now, biologists are going to listen to this and their heads are going to explode. But that's actually what Gilbert Ling has said for the longest time. And the funny thing about Peter Mitchell and Gilbert Ling, I know this implicitly as a neurosurgeon. We don't have any machines in neurosurgery that were made from chemoosmotic theory of Peter Mitchell. But you know what we do have from Gilbert Ling's work? We have an MRI machine. And I use an MRI machine in every single patient. And from that, I can determine what their redox state is. I can see the positive and negative charges. I can see what matter and water are doing. I can tell you if you have a brain tumor. I can tell you what the type of brain tumor is. In other words, I'm able to extract energy from the system that I can't utilizing Peter Mitchell's idea. The only thing I can extract from Peter Mitchell's idea, it explains the inner mitochondrial membrane and why proton gradients are important. I'm not trying to tell you what Peter Mitchell discovered isn't important. I'm trying to tell you it's kind of like organized religion. It's a half truth. In other words, it explains a very small swath of what's in biology, but we've ascribed it massive implications. Like this is the Jesus moment, and it's not. And in fact, where most of the energy for a cell comes from is from the interaction between light and water to create these electrons. The real goal of quantum biology is there is millions of electrons buried in water. Light liberates those electrons, just as you would in a semiconductor. When light hits silicon, you get light. That's what a light emitting diode is. That light that comes out is different than the light comes in. In other words, it's different frequency, a different lux. That means you're extracting different parts of energy from the original light source. That's effectively what a mitochondria is doing. So when you take all these different pieces, because what I just told you, you replay this back, I just gave you a lot in a very short piece of information.
But that extraction process through which energy is obtained is also generating the exhaust of entropy.
Yes,
is that the way to understand
that's
this?
exactly
Just
the
like
way.
the partition being removed.
Well, think about the exhaust of entropy of quantum biology. What's the exhaust of mitochondrial metabolism? It's actually the light, that's the biophotons we emit, carbon dioxide, which we breathe out, and then the free radicals that are made at all the cytochromes. So that would be hydrogen peroxide, the hydroxyl free radical, the Fenton reaction, nitric oxide, hydrogen sulfide. All of these things are exhaust, but they're useful to us in some way. The key is...
I was going to say, don't they become inputs to another system?
They do.
Yeah.
Well, because remember, nature never wastes things.
So the entropy is relative in a way.
There you go. Now you're beginning to understand Uncle Jack a little bit, because you're beginning to understand that nature is
what's entropy?
Very, very crafty.
What's entropy to us, right? We go drop some feces in the toilet, but that's energy to the fly, right?
Correct.
So,
well, not only that, it also does other things in the system. The interesting thing is we take our feces and, dump it into the sewer system, but does the cow do that? Does the horse do that? No, it drops it in the field, and the farmer knows how to make better use of the turd than we do in a centralized system.
Right.
That's actually, the argument of the sustainable farmer. It's the argument of Schoberger. It's the argument of Steiner. Right.
Yeah.
So this is the part that I'm trying to explain to you, that the centralized systems in and around us, actually what made Big Pharma manifest within centralized medicine. And I think fundamentally the reason why you don't understand decentralized medicine, which is really quantum mechanical, is because it's been screwed over by the Rockefeller idea of Newtonian physics, that there is cause and effect, and we want to keep you there because that's the gold standard. And if we can keep you focused on RNA and DNA, you'll never get to the mitochondrial DNA thing, where actually true energy transformation and entropy enter into the equation.
I think there might be a key to understanding the world here. This is just a dim apprehension. I'm trying to throw some light around, but entropy then seems to have this subjective aspect where it is very much based on your aim and purposes, right? Whether this is energy to you or entropy to you. But it also has this very objective aspect where it can be, codified and quantified in terms of bits, right? The number of binary digits necessary to encode a message. There's also the measure of entropy in physics, which escapes me. I forget the term for that. But so entropy, maybe properly understanding entropy somehow lets us figure out the union between the continuum between subjective and objective reality. Like,
I don't know if I would break it down that way.
How do we demystify entropy for people to get like their feet on the ground in this cosmology that you're building, given that entropy is so important to the existence of time to the clocks, etc.?
I'll tell you how I break it down for patients. I tell them to think about a refrigerator.
Yeah, a heat pump.
Yeah, we put food in there to save it, and we think that somehow the refrigerator is removing the heat, and we don't have any idea of where that heat's going. But it turns out we're dumping that heat into our kitchen, because all you have to do is put your hand behind the fan. In other words, the energy of the total system of the fridge is exactly the same, because the energy is now in your kitchen. It's just not inside your icebox. And the same thing is true with us. Like, we look at our bodies as closed systems. But if you looked at the entropy that we're turning back into the environment, those things are being used by the trees.
Right.
So like when I say to people, there's data out there that if you cut trees down in your environment,
Yeah.
that things around you will die.
Right.
That should not shock you when you hear it. It shocks people who are centralized because they're like, wait a minute, we are actually entangled to the environment we're in. And it turns out we are. So like when we think about the Amazon rainforest and what we're doing there, it shouldn't shock you that, you know, we've killed 550,000 people in COVID, you know, because there actually is an entanglement to that. The problem is most people don't think decentralized like the Lorentz effect is. That's what the butterfly effect is. That, you know, when the butterfly flaps the wings, that something can get a tornado in Texas. That paper is written in 67, but we don't realize that we're experiencing entropy right now because centralized humanity is doing bad things, that the effect is coming back on us in ways that we're not cognizant of yet.
I mean, this is karma, right? I mean,
well, you could call it karma, but I think what I'm trying to explain to you is I think this is entropy.
Entropy. Okay. So you have this energy information equivalence on one side of this coin, and then there's entropy on the other. But again, it's sort of relative, but also sort of not. There's an absolute, but there's also a relative aspect to entropy and energy.
So I think there's an absolute when you think about thermodynamics, but I think when you understand that entropy still needs to be thought of on a relative basis, because remember, you in my house right now, you're on a relative basis. I can't think about the totality of the cosmos and Robert in it. In other words, you're changing the entropy of this room, and you're changing my entropy. So,
but based on certain physical laws, right? That there are laws.
Well, based on laws, but just think about it. A cup of coffee is actually a clock. How can you tell? When Chantal first makes it for you, you have it, it's hot. And then you can actually tell as it loses temperature. You can feel it from your perception, but how else could you tell? If you look at the coffee itself, there'll be Rayleigh-Bernay cycles in the coffee that are going, especially if you put milk in it.
Yeah.
And then I want you to think about garbage. Garbage can also be a clock. Why? If you have fish or meat in the garbage and the first 2 days it doesn't smell, that day 3, day 4, you start to go, hey, you know what? The garbage man hasn't come picked up my garbage. It's starting to stink. Everything can be thought of as a clock, but we don't think of everything as a clock.
Because everything is an event.
Correct. And that is where how I describe it to my patients. And I tell them that the clock in us is a very special clock. It's an optical lattice clock in the supracosmatic nucleus that uses the visible spectrum to tell time in us. And it turns out of the visible spectrum, there's one specific part of that alphabet. So for example, I told you there's 73 octaves in the electromagnetic spectrum. I told you visible light's 1. So now we're doing a fraction of one letter. Okay? So in other words, this would be like maybe thinking about alpha or omega in the Greek alphabet to describe the letter A, okay? So what is that part? That part is blue light. Blue light is actually how our clock tells circadian time. How do we know that it's 9 o'clock in the morning from 9 o'clock at night? And it turns out that we've stolen proteins from animals that came before us, specifically amphibians. And why was this important? Because that's actually what Becker did. Becker studied salamanders and frogs and noticed there was a difference in their regeneration patterns. He actually figured out that it was tied to some of the changes in their body, and it turned out it was tied to light. It was also tied to their clock mechanism. And the reason why we don't exhibit the regeneration of salamanders happens to be because we extract energy even more so from the system. So there's not energy left over in the system so that we can, renovate or regenerate our brain, our heart.
We co-opted that energy flow for higher cognition?
Correct.
Wow.
And that's exactly, this is that relativity of entropy you're talking about. In other words, the difference between us and chimps and monkeys. Let's talk about the entropy dump between us. I'm not going to assume you know this, but if you listen to the Huberman podcast, because I really laid this out in detail,
Yeah.
I told you that whether you believe in God or evolution, it doesn't matter. I just want you to accept this for right now. They're our cousins, okay? Their genome is almost exactly identical to us. There's only a difference of a couple of genes, but yet we look so different. But here's the funny thing. Silly talking monkeys live 30 to 40 years longer than monkeys. So you have to ask yourself, why is there such a difference, yet there's so much similarity? Turns out is the entropy dump what we do. We started to use things, specific things, in this one gene, POMC, that on gorillas was on chromosome 24. We moved to a different chromosome. We made it more thermally efficient. That allowed us to extract more information from sunlight. What did we do with that energy of entropy? We dumped it into our immune system. From that dump, the collateral effect is the formation of the human brain. In other words, to improve our immune system, we also got the brain out of this change. The interesting part of this, why this is an important story, one of the guys in the room with us was asking a question about, hey, Jack, we smell our
prospective mates.
Right. And why is this a big deal? When I'm telling you this story, now you're beginning to understand why, from an evolutionary standpoint, this is so far back, because we innovated our immune systems from the same tissues that we did our brain. So what do we want if we want to increase longevity? We have to have dissimilar immune systems.
Complementary immune systems.
So that we can fight against the things in nature that are going to take us out.
Wow.
That was our superpower in the beginning. And as our superpower continued to evolve and we used the energy dump, the immune system got strong. We were able to pull more off. We buried more mitochondria in our brain. We subtracted it from our big muscles and our guts. We shrunk that 30 feet. Magically, where do we bury our mitochondria then? In our hearts and our brains.
Wow.
Gorillas and chimps buried it in their musculoskeletal system. Why? Because they had to climb through trees. They were grounded. They were able to do that. And what did we do? Our superpowers, we figured out how to use the POMC gene, pro-opiomelanocortin.
Yeah.
And we made the most incredible semiconductor, better than chlorophyll, better than hemoglobin, called melanin.
Yeah.
And what does melanin do? Melanin is the most special semiconductor on the planet. What is that semiconductor? It absorbs all frequencies of light, even frequencies of light not in our sun. So what does that mean? We are able to now harness all the energy and information that are around us. Here's the interesting, what's the tripwire for silly talking monkeys that you and I have been talking about now for 2 days? The tripwire is POMC only gets translated with UV light. So, Robert, what has the world taught you in your young life? That UV light is a toxin, right?
Right.
And that you should put sunscreen
UV protection.
on, and you should wear clothes, and you should have glasses. You
Thank
even
God
said
I grew
something.
up in the South where we didn't do that bullshit.
But it's funny though. Yesterday, when we're in the kitchen, you said, Jack, is this like we're going to go back as Bitcoiners and run around naked in our own compounds?
There was once a guy many years ago. He said he had a deep intuition that Bitcoin revolutionizing the world was going to lead us to become a global nudist colony or a global nudist society, I guess.
And guess
I
what?
never put those pieces together. But then as you were talking yesterday about all the benefits of ball sunning and ass sunning and all these things, I was like, oh, maybe this is what's going to happen. We're all going to become quantum biologists walking around naked in the sun all the time.
That's how we get the usefulness of the energy dump. You don't realize that the entropy dump for us is actually what created our immune system and human brain. And why do I want to make this parallel to you? Because what does this mean? This means that we gained 30 to 40 years longevity. So I want to do a hard stop with you. You as a Bitcoiner, me as a Bitcoiner, me as the quantum biologist. Remember when I said to you that Bitcoin and mitochondria are time machines? Now I just proved it to you. Why? Because our nearest living relative, who's very closely aligned with our RNA and DNA. I mean, I told you the story about Kevin McKiernan working on the Human Genome Project, we only found 300 genes difference between us.
And chimpanzees.
Right. We thought we were going to have 100,000. They were going to have 23, 24. There's only 300 difference. And what's one of the major differences? This damn little palm seed gene that makes all these 10 little chemicals. And it turns out the difference of where they put their melanin and where we put our melanin, that's the thing that sculpted us. And that's the thing that de-sculpted them.
And so we amplified the evolution of our hearts and minds, it sounds like?
I would tell you that we amplified first our immune system, second our probably brains, third our hearts, and then the muscle-skeletal system. Remember, bipedalism.
Yeah.
Changed our skeleton.
Yeah. Do you subscribe to the theory, too, that when we started cooking food, that it liberated more nutrients and helped accelerate cognitive development?
I think that's a bullshit allopathic functional medicine story.
Okay.
Do I like it? I like it, and I'll tell you why. Because in it is buried a half-truth. So for me, this is like a supplement. The one thing I will tell you that I think the raw foodies do have right is raw food has more biophotons in it than cooked food.
Right.
So I'm going to tell you, it wasn't cooked food that was the advantage.
Yeah.
The fresher food is that it's not frozen, it's not kept. That's the food we want to eat. How do we know that's true now?
Cooked meat, even though, because certain meats you can't even eat without cooking them, right?
Well, yeah, but I mean, just think about, I'm blanking on the name. What's that stuff, Chantal, you like? This thin meat. I'm blanking on the name.
Charcuterie?
No, what? No. Carpaccio.
Carpaccio.
So carpaccio is, raw meat. And if you think about sashimi for the Japanese, raw fish, we now have things that we didn't have before called optical scanners. And I don't know if you know this, but how does Walmart and Whole Foods charge farmers or pay them more money for organic foods? They now cut their wares, bring it to us, and we use an optical photonic scanner to find out how many biophotons in it. It turns out when we cook something, we reduce the light in it. So,
but something like a brisket that you can't even eat without cooking it.
Well, you say you can, but the ancient people could do it, and they did do it. And you want to know the funny part?
But it's too tough. Like you have to do. You got to dissolve it or something, right?
That's why you have teeth that have no cusps on it. You're actually designed.
I've never tried to eat a raw brisket, but yeah, that would be quite.
I'm just going to tell you, I've got blogs written about this. That believe it or not, you look at chimp teeth; they have predator teeth. We don't. We have the teeth of herbivores. Do you know why that seemingly mismatch is there? Because we're designed not to chew our food as much, not to process it. That's also why our guts are smaller. And we have a protein in our...
That's from figuring out cooking? Or why did...
It's not figuring out cooking. It's actually figuring out the entropy dump. What did we do? We stole our energy for our immune systems and the formation of our brain. So that meant, very much like your story before about root canals and lichen planus, we had to steal. This is the Robin Hood story. We had to steal from another area to improve us. This is my argument that I've had for a long time with guys like Peter Attia and Huberman, that they think burying our mitochondria in the wrong place is a good idea as we age. Energy in us is a zero-sum game. We're designed to bury it here and here. This is the reason why humans die of brain disease and heart disease more than anything else. The second or third most common thing we die from is problems related to the immune system, for the reason I just mentioned to you. So this is why autoimmunity is now spiked up in the last 120 years. It's also the reason why infectious disease was the number one cause of death in 1900. Those things have been mitigated by the things that we've done in our environment, mostly sanitation. Centralized medicine, especially now, wants you to believe it's vaccines, but it's just not true.
Yeah.
It's mostly sanitation. And the key thing is, I'm going to tell you that the question you asked me about cooking, I think it can unlock your ability to eat more things, make you more of an omnivore. But if you were to ask me as a quantum biologist, raw food that's fresh is much better than things that are processed or prepared.
Fresh and local.
Correct. Well, you want local because you want to make sure that the sun has imprinted its photosynthetic barcode into the food that you're at locally. So, for example, if you and I went out to Minorca tonight and ate a lamb from New Zealand,
which we will,
we'd probably be making a mistake from doing something like that. That's something I always try to tell people why you want to eat
even the
local.
animals need to be local.
Yes.
Wow. Okay. That's difficult.
Before starting the What is Money show, I spent most of my career as a CFO, overseeing internal technology implementations and business acquisitions. Over the next 10 years, it is projected that over 12 million businesses in the US will be sold. If you are an operator running a business generating between $5 and $200 million of revenue, and you're considering selling your business within the next decade, then there is a significant opportunity for you to deploy technology to streamline business processes, reduce operating costs, and enhance the multiple your business ultimately sells for. To this end, I am partnering with the team at Emerge Dynamics, a firm with decades of experience in maximizing the value of privately held small and middle market businesses. Go to emergedynamics.com/breedlove to learn how you can build an attractive, high multiple company that maximizes your return when you fully exit. Again, that's emergedynamics.com/breedlove.
Back to photo. So photosynthesis is one of these processes that's extracting energy, right, or creating energy, liberating photons.
Yep.
What is it about? Why is this process so key to understanding the human cell? Or we don't do photosynthesis, or do we?
Yes, we do.
We do. Okay.
That's actually the story that I just told you about melanin. Guess what melanin does? Melanin absorbs all frequencies of light and liberates 4 electrons.
Okay.
Actually, it has the ability to liberate double the amount. And what we think now, based on what condensed matter physicists are doing, you may not know this. You know who's studying melanin now?
No.
NASA. They're putting it in the ISS. Why? Because they just found out that you can create a massive amount of electrons. So if you think about Elon Musk's world, any place where you can extract more energy means you have to use less fuel to get to where you need to go. So now they're studying melanin. And this is the most amazing part of, I think, the Huberman-Rubin podcast that went, untalked about. Huberman's dad is a condensed matter physicist, and he knows a lot about melanin. And he told Andrew that they were studying this, but he had never put 2 and 2 together, the reason why it's so important. Do you know that we don't even know the true atomic structure of melanin? Why? Because do you know how we check atomic structure? Like, say, if we want to find out what's in an Apple or your iWatch, we use X-ray to do it. When you use X-ray on melanin, the X-rays get absorbed. So here's the crazy thing. The Russians have found out there's a fungus that's growing in Chernobyl called Cryptococcus neoformans. Cryptococcus is stained brown. Why? Because it has melanin in it. Do you know what melanin is doing? It's absorbing all the radiation in there. So this fungus is growing like crazy. Why? Because the fungus is using the radiation
as energy.
You got it.
Wow.
So when you begin to realize...
Wow, there's another one of those entropy energy cases, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to bring you to the next stage. Usain Bolt. Usain Bolt famously told Costas, after he won his 5 gold medals, Costas asked him in NBC, how did you train for this? And he famously said on live TV, I ran on a volcano in my underwear and I ate chicken McNuggets. And people couldn't believe he said that because, the dominant belief is exercise and diet is the way to optimal performance and optimal life and longevity. And here Usain Bolt, a black guy from Jamaica at the 20th latitude who lives on a volcano, broke that narrative up. And everybody thought it was a joke, but he wasn't joking.
So what's he getting from the volcano? A ton of liberated electrons.
Magnetic flux.
Wow.
What do you know? Remember when we talked about the term you asked me before? You said electromagnetism.
Is this
So there's an electric field and a magnetic field that run orthogonal. What does that mean? 90 degrees to each other. Who described that in the 1860s? Maxwell. Those are Maxwell's laws for electromagnetism. In physics textbooks, when you open them up, these are considered history books of science.
Yeah.
What do I need to teach you about this? There's a thing coming. You may be shocked to know that when the laws of electromagnetism were shrunk to 4, Oliver Heathside got the original stuff. There was actually 22 And now in physics books, we've shrunk them to 4. So guess what I'm going to tell you?
The forces?
No, this is the laws, the mathematical equations
Oh,
that
yeah,
describe
It's
light.
Maxwell's equations.
They've shrunk them to 4.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you, shrinking them to 4 was like using ChatGPT to read a book.
Uh-huh.
In other words, we left some fat on the bone. So I always tell people, you might want to go back and take a look at all of Heathside work about how he parsed out electromagnetism, because I think we're missing things in physics because of this. I think some of the big mistakes that we made in physics the last 120 years is tied to this. And the point that I like to bring out to physicists that they don't like is there's a consequence in Maxwell's original equations of 22. The shrink got rid of the idea of a magnetic monopole, which is tied to this story about magnetism. Since we've never experienced a magnetic monopole in reality, we just act like it doesn't exist. But the interesting thing is Paul Dirac.
What is a magnetic monopole?
It's a consequence of the electromagnetic spectrum. In other words, mathematics.
Like an absolute.
Well, it's a proof. It's an axiom. We know that the math says it can exist.
Okay.
But because we haven't found it yet, science, centralized physics, acts like it doesn't exist.
Right.
And it turns out, why is a magnetic monopole really important? Well, Tesla used this idea that if a monopole exists, you can form unlimited energy from a source. This was his idea that was buried.
Yeah, zero source energy.
Correct. And it was also what he morphed out in his mind with Wardenclyffe in Long Island. And the thing that people have forgotten is go back to the original formulation of the ideas and realize that what's in the history books is written by the victors. The physicists will have you believe that we only need 4 equations to describe this. I'm going to tell you that your children or your grandchildren are going to find out that those other equations that we shrunk are probably going to be important somewhere down the road.
And what are the names of those equations again?
Maxwell's equations for electromagnetism.
No, but the 22.
The 22 is Oliver Heathside is the guy.
Oliver Heathside.
That really talked about him and thought that it was the biggest mistake ever that physics got rid of all of them. And the last physicist that really talked about this publicly was Paul Dirac.
Mm.
And Paul Dirac is a famous guy. He's the guy that figured out that there was antimatter. Remember, antimatter is something we can't see.
Yeah.
That's where he came up with the idea of positron. And it turned out after his life was over, we actually definitively proved that this actually really does happen. My point is that we're going to find out the magnetic monopole is part of the reason why Usain Bolt won 5 gold medals. We just don't know it yet. And that's the reason why he was able to eat chicken McNuggets and do it, because it turns out there was a greater energy source that he was tapping from with his semiconductors. And remember, he's a black dude.
Yeah.
So he is able to harness it. What did I tell you about melanin and darkness? Dark semiconductors absorb more frequencies of light.
Yeah.
So that means Usain Bolt is more thermally efficient than Robert Breedlove or Jack Kruse. Because why? We're Northern European types, far away from it. I'm really different because I'm only Usain Bolt in my freckles.
Yeah.
You don't have freckles. You got
I do have freckles.
But you got a good tan.
Yeah.
You live in Miami and I live down here. And the point that I'm trying to say is we can elevate our melanation, not myelination, melanation externally. But it turns out the melanin on the inside of us from POMC is actually what determines how many free electrons we can make. Why? Because the question that you started this whole thing off with, Jack, is animal photosynthesis possible? It became possible because of this POMC gene.
Okay, so super fascinating stuff. I want to ask you, this is a bit of a tangent, but I've just been thinking about it. So entropy as uncertainty or disorder, and then entropy also as unusable energy, useless energy, something like that. So it kind of has this informational and physical.
Well, stop for a minute. I'm gonna stop you before you even answer the question, because now you got me thinking. I want you to think about the difference in the walk we just took. Chlorophyll to hemoglobin to melanin. What did I just tell you? On a relative basis, we just walked through 3.8 billion years of history. When we use chlorophyll by itself, it wasted energy. When we use hemoglobin, we wasted energy. We get to melanin, it absorbs all the energy that those two lost. That
So
means
it's a
more
efficient
complex
technology.
life. Correct.
Wow.
So you get more complex life. So what am I trying to say to you? How did we go from archaea and bacteria to eukaryotes to us? The story is the semiconductors got more efficient.
Yeah.
So in other words, entropy, we got better at managing it over time. That's the story of quantum biology.
So nature is innovating life just as human life innovates technology.
Correct.
Okay, so we are actually participating in the divine play of creation.
Correct.
When we engage in creation.
We also, I want you to remember what I said to you yesterday. The same key opens up the door to heaven and hell. So that also means that there's a negative connotation for us for the use of technology. And what's the negative connotation? Then there's a reason I'm bringing this up right now. The use of technology, non-native EMF, blue light, actually degrades melanin.
Right.
So if you degrade melanin, that means you have to have a pathway to make it. So which is why sunning your balls, your ass, your gut, you begin to understand why this is important, because you have to constantly get the UV and infrared light to renovate the melanin in you.
Wow.
To create the free electrons. And the more you're tech addicted, like say you are Jack Dorsey, you're Robert Breedlove, you pick out like Hal Finney, Paul Allen, Steve Jobs. They're dead because they never broke this idea of entropy.
Yeah.
And you and I are trying to break this down, and you're down here trying to do an amazing podcast, and I'm down here trying to tell you there is a way for you to fix your weakest link when you understand the basics of what was in that amazing lecture in 1941 by St. Georgie that Becker then opened the key. I want you to understand that the sword has two edges.
Yes, understood. It's a tool, right?
Correct.
It's amoral. This is a tangent I want to take with you. Money printing. Use the term entropy dump. It does seem like when you print money in an economy, you are definitely dumping entropy, right?
Well, you're dumping energy and information.
Well,
but it's useless.
You're stealing energy, you're stealing purchasing power.
Right.
You're externalizing entropy in the form of price signal distortion, inflation, wealth disparity.
It's chaos.
It's funding warfare. It's funding fake news.
Yep. It's creating the fake life that you've grown up in.
Yeah. So is this
actually me too?
Is this kind of the if we're looking at the geopolitical global order as kind of an organism metaphor, are these little entropy dumps that are occurring all over the world the pathology that this organism is suffering from? And, and what was, Bitcoin as a solution to that?
Bitcoin is like melanin.
Well, Bitcoin taps into the deepest entropy through the mining algorithm to construct almost perfect order, basically, right? And
I wouldn't say it's perfect. I would say when you think about money and value, like
indisputable history, I guess is what I'm getting at.
That I do agree with. I would tell you that I think it's an interesting analogy to marry melanin to Bitcoin. When it comes to money, I think that's a very apropos way to look at it because it makes money more effective. I think
melanin is energy savings technology.
Correct.
Okay.
Because it maximizes the dump of entropy so that we can make the energy and information in money useful. And when you think about money like I think about light, you begin to understand that light has everything in it and it's not encumbered by mass. That's what makes it so amazing. And the craziest part of light, we haven't talked about this yet, but maybe you'll be interested because of where you just took this with Bitcoin. Light doesn't experience time. Like, in other words, photons.
Yeah, they're eternal.
Photons are eternal and they experience no time. But
when you accelerate something to the speed of light, it's only moving through space, not time.
But when light slows down, it becomes matter.
Right.
And then it experiences time.
Yeah.
And I would tell you, the interesting thing is, could you look at Bitcoin actually the same way? That when a miner mines it, it is eternal. And then when it's physically minted and it goes into a miner's wallet, it then begins to experience time. And what is time for a Bitcoin that's been minted? It's kind of what I say about health. Health is the slowest form of death we can create. So maybe Bitcoin that's in someone's wallet is the slowest form of money death that we have, even though it does have a time frame. Maybe, I can hear like American Hodl in my ear now saying, yeah, it's going to be that quantum damn computer when it comes, it's going to fuck us all up. But, eventually, will the entropy dump from Bitcoin likely create a new technology that still makes Bitcoin?
Well, if it got us to 0 point energy at some point, that could actually put us into a post-money world.
Correct.
Because economic scarcity wouldn't go to zero because we'd still have time and physical space, but it would go very, very low.
Yes. And I think physically that's possible. Like the discussion you and I are having right now is very similar to the discussion that we just had about magnetic monopoles. Like just because it doesn't exist in the world now, this is the beauty of our brain. Yeah. Our brain is able to conceptualize ideas that don't physically exist, and we can have a discussion about them.
Yeah.
And, people in the audience will look at this and say, these two guys are fucking esoteric idiots. But when you actually think about this is actually what game theory and Bitcoin's all about. It's actually what my job's about. I'm game theorying out the colony of mitochondria and then trying to explain to people how this affects like your gut, your brain, your body. Like, why did Jack go back into the hospital and, ruin his biology to get an answer? Because I had plenty of free time due to my Bitcoin, and I thought helping humanity out, realizing who the fucking criminals were important.
Good
like
use of your time.
I made the decision to spend my time that way. You're going to make the decision to spend your time that you gained from Bitcoin differently. The two guys behind the cameras here are going to make their determination. Chantal's going to make her determination. But here's the funny thing. Since all five of us are in this room, there's a collective energy dump that's going on amongst all of us now, and we're now thinking about it because you just asked me the question. And because we're thinking about this now, this actually is probably going to bring other things to light. Like you're going to go home and lay in bed and go, wow, this is a really interesting game theory thing to think about. What's life after Bitcoin when things have been settled? Because I've been thinking about the issue between Maxwell and the Heath side and why we subtracted out all those equations, I think is a catastrophic
And what
mistake.
did we lose, in your opinion,
I think we lost curiosity.
Well, I mean, in the translation of those equations, it sounds like it wasn't, the data compression was maybe too extreme. We threw some baby out with the bathwater.
I don't think that we really believe it was extreme yet, because we haven't found this magnetic monopole in nature. Right. Now there has been
reports. That sounds very theological in its import. Is this something?
I would say, I'm going to be honest with you. And I'm not trying to pound you here. It's kind of like what we talked about right before this podcast about reading a book and getting the cliff notes. Through say AI or the way we used to do it, like reading the cliff notes. You lose the essence of what the original science was, and what is Maxwell telling us? Maxwell's telling us this is the essence of light. Like the beautiful thing about Feynman said something that was magnificent because he was the original human computer that General Groves used in the Manhattan Project. But he said mathematics can never explain nature. All it can do is describe it. And because math can only describe it, math can never be used more than that. And yet, what have modern physics done for the last 120 years? Tried to break that axiom that Feynman brought to us. And I think when you understand the way we understand light right now is through four equations, you're like, wait a minute. If the decentralized network of nature, light is this powerful, why would we ever want to put a bottleneck on it to make it easier for us to understand? Because what if it turns out the most important part of nature is what we threw out with the bathwater? Doesn't that seem so crazy?
Yeah, I mean, isn't this the game, right? As we're trying to generalize and then specify, and then over times we over generalize.
Well, we do it.
Specify.
I think we do it.
It's overfitting or underfitting, to use AI terms.
Well, I think we do it because of our brains. Why? Because
we're trying to economize ultimately. So you can go from 22 to 4 equations.
Well, our brain cannot. Everybody thinks our brain can multitask.
Yeah.
Data's been done on that using functional MRI. We're really not good at doing that, and it has to do with the way our brain's constructed. We're really good at picking up trends, but we're not really good with multitasking. And because we're not good with multitasking, I think we tend to try to parse nature out in a more linear fashion than a fractal fashion.
Sure.
And that's what makes us, that's what gives us human nature. That's the reason why we're flawed.
Yeah.
We are not the ideal messenger to harvest the energy and information and light, but we do it in the most parsimonious fashion. This is where Occam's razor comes in.
Right.
And this is when I scream at people like Dawkins or Brett Weinstein and all this. Like, they always say, well, Occam's razor is the best way to go. And I'm like, Occam's razor is bullshit. There's nothing parsimonious about the photoelectric effect.
Okay.
Like, anybody who knows anything about physics, you go back and look at where Helmholtz brought us at the end of the 19th century. We have this thing called the ultraviolet catastrophe. It vexed the best minds in physics for a long time. And along comes a burn agent sitting in a thing, having a dream about traveling on a lightning bolt and figuring out that time is relative. And then this photoelectric effect. He actually, when Einstein described the photoelectric effect after he wrote the paper, it's the most amazing story. And it's the reason why I kind of revere him for his mind and his thinking. There's absolutely no footnotes in his 4 miracle papers. Why? Because they're all thought experiments. So he famously said, he goes, well, I looked at what Helmholtz did. I looked about what Hertz did. I looked at the thermodynamic givens, and he goes, I figured out the photoelectric effect. This is the only way it could work.
Could you expand on what the photoelectric effect is?
Yeah, it's the electrons in an atom gets liberated. Electrons are able to absorb light. When we say absorb light, they take the energy of light, they go from the ground state to elevation. So for example, the UV light that's out in the nature right now around us, that's liberating some electrons that are getting liberated from the chlorophyll in the trees. And they go from, say, the ground state that's red light. Let's just say, for argument's sake, 700 nanometer light. The UV light comes in, and that light is 260. That electron got elevated. So that means when that electron has got 260 light, it can fall back to the ground state. When it does that, the electron gives off the photon to things in the environment, and we're able to use it.
Got it.
So like when you sit under a tree.
This is molecular mining for electron energy or photon energy.
So like if you want to brainstorm, one of the best places for you to brainstorm,
sit under a tree.
Sit under a tree.
Wow.
That's why lions do it.
Interesting. What okay. Where do I want to go next? Oh, band gaps. Band gaps in a semiconductor. What's the difference between narrow and broad-based semiconducting?
That one's simple.
And how does it relate to the electron transport chain?
Well, this is a good segue for what we just said. It's actually a kind of a photoelectric effect, but it's a little bit different. The way you think about band gaps determine how much light is given off by a semiconductor. So for example, when you have a wideband semiconductor, they can give off light UV and above. So this explains the reason why when I first started to go down this path 20 years ago, learning about melanin, when I looked at leptin's band gap, or I looked at, I should say it's a absorption spectra, I saw that it was 220 nanometers. Mm-hmm. And then I looked at it and I said, wait a minute, 220 nanometers is not made by the sun. How can our most powerful hormone in the body that goes from our sub-Q fat to our hypothalamus have an absorption spectra that's not even, it's more powerful than the sun? I did the same thing Einstein did. I said, that means we have to be making light inside. Mm. The light has to be coming from somewhere else. Then I started to realize the story about chlorophyll, hemoglobin, and melanin. I'm like, oh, that's it, melanin. Melanin's a wideband semiconductor. It makes light in the VUV range. Then immediately it dawned on me, oh shit, all the aromatic amino acids go from 200 to 400 nanometer light. That's also light stronger than the sun, but all the key chemicals in us, like, for example, the question you just asked me, cytochrome 1 in the mitochondria, which is NAD positive, NADH, which most people know about, they know that when we age, NADH drops. Okay, that's why you have guys like David Sinclair try to sell retards, supplements for NAD. We know that that doesn't work. But what his paper showed in 2013 is that when we do age, NAD does drop. Well, the N in NAD stands for nicotinamide.
Mm-hmm.
Nicotinamide is nicotine. It goes back to the story we had talked about earlier. And nicotine also has a band gap that's strong in the UV range. So you begin to realize, wow, like inside of us, we're able to absorb different frequencies of light in different areas. In other words, all these semiconductors are making light, and we're using that entropy to run different systems. The problem is we're not getting any of that information from biochemistry books. Like Robert can't open up, Leninger's biochemistry and find out that cytochrome 1 emits light at 340 nanometers. But that effectively is what happened. You can't look up in a regular standard biochemistry book and see that the absorption spectra of leptin is 220. You can't look and find out that vitamin A, when it gets liberated from an opsin as a photonic chemical, has an absorption spectra of 328 nanometers.
This is because we're at the dawning of the new science that is quantum biology, right?
Yeah, I mean, this actually pinpoints another inflection point for me where I get into trouble with a lot of the food gurus on the internet. When I met with Ray Peat, this is the reason why I knew Ray Peat was a fraud. And I don't mean a fraud in a bad way. It's kind of like the thing I told you about earlier about ignorance and fraud.
Yeah.
Like, where's your line? And when I sat down with Ray, I realized his was more ignorance. It wasn't fraud. Cali means I'm not convinced of that. I still think there's some fraud to it.
Yeah.
And when I presented Ray with the absorption and emission spectra of all the things that he's talked about for his whole life in biochemistry, what I was trying to explain to Ray is that he was selling everybody a half truth, not because he was a fraud. It's because he was just ignorant of, the things that St. George found, the things that Becker found. And I said, dude, just elevate your game. You're at the end of your life. You're at the end of your career. But, kind of I am too. And I didn't learn this in medical school either. But this is the path we need to go. And you got a lot of young guys like you following, thinking that eating Oreo cookies and drinking orange juice and drinking milk is the way to go. I'm like, that's not the way to go. We got that just the same way we got all the bad ideas from Dawkins. And the reason we got the bad ideas from, the Jesuits in the Catholic Church, the reason we got the bad ideas from the Rockefellers and Rothschilds in banking. Like, a half-truth always leads to a full lie when you have the decentralized network perspective.
Mm-hmm.
And I just fundamentally believe that when you want to come at things from first principles and you're shown a new first principle, absorb it into your lexicon, adapt, evolve, and then sit down and then regurgitate to the masses and show them why you've changed your beliefs at the end of the year.
I think the problem is when people's paychecks become dependent on them not adopting the new
Upton
paradigm.
Sinclair.
Yeah. That you do get this entrenchment, you get, the
ossification,
the resistance that was going against blue light computers you brought up earlier, the entrenched interests try to squash the up-and-comers. It seems like a perennial problem that we're always going to be dealing with, but the more we can decentralize, the more we can accelerate that.
Well, I can tell you, I think if we decentralize ourselves, like what we've been talking about all day today has been the science. I think when you realize that we are more decentralized, or we become more decentralized in the way we think, that then there's going to be companies that have to cater to us as decentralized humans.
Yeah.
I think right now we're all too centralized.
Yeah.
I think, your Apple computer in front of you,
sure,
it has issues. Our clothing, where we are now, the fact that we're sitting here, we got, Nikon and Canon cameras all around us.
The industrial age was kind of like an age of centralization in a way. Right?
It was.
Yeah.
But it's kind of like, the way I look at it, it's like the way chlorophyll was before hemoglobin. In other words, that's as good as we had then because we didn't know better.
Yeah.
So again, on my sliding scale that I like to use with people, ignorance versus fraud, my position is, I think for us as decentralized humans, we're the ignorant, silly talking monkeys. But I think the fraudulent part is the guys that have taken advantage of this because they know it.
Yeah.
And we have to demand of them better products. And the way we do that is we don't buy them. For example, you're in my house now. You see my house has no walls. We need to demand that they build houses that bring the outside in and, the inside out. In other words, we don't spend our hard-fought decentralized money until they give us what we want.
Yeah.
And if we make the mistake and say, well, I want, a Tesla truck that's indestructible, but it blocks all these lights and it uses EV, I don't know if we're sending the right message.
Yeah. So if we go back to that coin that has energy and information on one side and entropy on the other, is it because we're moving information around more seamlessly in the digital age that it's leading to this reorganization, this social reorganization of decentralization?
I actually think we're getting less ignorant. This is what I say to you. When we harvest more information.
Yeah, but it's coming at the cost of dealing with these devices that are giving us EMF problems.
But you're losing energy. See, that goes back to your...
So we're losing ignorance, but we're getting a new
you're losing
stressor.
You're becoming wiser, but you're losing time. So remember, I want to bring you back to what I said to you about the Bitcoin Prague talk. Why did I go there and be agent provocateur? Because believe it or not, Robert, I was speaking to guys like you. I mean, I want to make sure that you become a billionaire when you're my age, 60, 65, 70 years old. But I want to make sure that you're not like Steve Jobs, Hal Finney, or Paul Allen, that you have $9 billion in the bank and your son has to go visit you by talking to a tombstone.
Yeah.
So what am I trying to say to you about this coin? Understand that there's two sides to this coin, and those two sides are like the sword. They open the door to heaven and hell. You can actually make the correct decision as a Bitcoiner, but you can make the wrong decision as the quantum mitochondriac.
Sure.
And I want you to realize that you can have your cake and eat it too, decentralized. Let's be very frank about this. I'm not saying that you're going to get off this planet alive and live forever. I'm not selling you the Aubrey de Grey story. What I'm saying to you is I think that you can live to 80 to 100 years old with a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you can do it without being tethered to the sausage grinder that's centralized medicine. You won't have to take any drugs, any antibiotics. I mean, I want to tell you a story, and Chantel, she's in the room so she can back this up. I did a podcast on about a year ago, and I had to do some homework for it. And I found out that the average American is on 12 different medications by the time they're 50 years old. That's the average in the United States. Now, that's a great business model. And the thing is, I want to see Bitcoiners go in the future where they can live their life sovereign, do whatever they want. Like if you want to come out here and run around naked in my backyard, drink some wine with me and just talk about the things that you want to talk about, we can do that. I just don't want you to have to spend more money on drugs and supplements than you do on food. And I don't think that's too much to ask from our medical system. And I do believe that it's my duty to teach people that it's possible to do that.
Yeah.
Because it goes back to what I said to you guys last night when we had the discussion offline. If not me, who?
Yeah.
And who gave me that idea? It was Rick Rubin. Rick said, he goes, Jack, he goes, you think that everybody thinks like you. He goes, nobody thinks like you. He goes, the way you think about time, the way you think about entropy, he goes, it's different. And it makes you really different when you're a doctor because he goes, I've gone to doctors. And he goes, that's why I consult you last. He goes, I want to tell you everything they've told me.
Yeah.
And then you tell me where the holes are.
Yeah.
And I think about that when I learned that. I thought that was really unfortunate. And I think it's unfortunate. Like I have two ways of doing it. I can pump my ego up and say, oh, this is a great thing. I'm doing good things. Or Maybe I can change the system so that never happens, so that your kids, their grandkids, and my grandkids and the future of humanity doesn't have to deal with that bullshit anymore.
Yeah, so I've heard you say something about supplements, like if your body makes it, don't take it.
Yeah.
But you also said that deuterium-depleted water was the supplement. This is a bottle of it here, which you said.
I would tell you the ultimate supplement is sunlight.
Sunlight, okay. You said $30 a bottle. Deuterium-depleted water is not cheap. Can you talk about what is deuterium, what is deuterium-depleted water, and what is the relationship? What does that have to do with defeating cancer in humans?
Yeah, well, this one is pretty simple.
And I guess it's related to photosynthesis as well.
Well, it's in everything. But I mean, I will tell you that the deuterium story is probably the easiest thing to discuss. But probably to really parse it out to understand it, you have to know a lot of physics. But remember, I told you before, deuterium is a proton and a neutron.
Right.
So it's double the atomic mass.
Right.
So thermodynamically, if you compare that to hydrogen, which is just a proton.
Same charge, double the mass.
Right. So then it goes straight to E equals mc squared. So do you want a lot of deuterium in your body or not? The answer is no.
Right.
Now,
actually, it's unnecessary mass.
Right. And if you have unnecessary mass, what does physics say about that? That slows time down. So, or I should say, speeds it up. So gunks
up the mitochondrial processing.
Well, yeah, because what is the proton channel in the ATPase? It's built for light hydrogen. So, like when you open up a biochemistry book, like doctors who are listening to this are going to know this immediately. They never ask the question. When you look at all the glycolytic pathways, they have like 9 different enzymatic steps. There's all these crazy things from that go on. No one ever asked the question of the biochemist at the front of the room, why do we do all this? The answer is to get light hydrogen. Like we take off in our mitochondria. In this process, we are removing the light hydrogen and leaving the deuterium behind. So what gets processed on the intermitochondrial membrane, electron transport, is we are racist for the hydrogen we have. Why is that the case? The water that comes out of our tap has about 150 parts per million of deuterium in it. The water that a mitochondria makes is like the water that I gave you before this podcast started. This is only got 10 to 20 parts. So the reason why I call this a supplement, most people that are watching this podcast, they don't need to have deuterium depleted water. The people that have mitochondrial diseases, which of most chronic diseases are, those are the people that will have to pay up for them. That's the real reason you own Bitcoin, because Big Pharma, the Rockefeller Foundation, they're never going to tell you about deuterium depleted water. The story you heard before we filmed about Mark Peters, the guy with pancreatic cancer, who was given 2 weeks to live at Oshner. He was told to go home and die. This is a doctor who's a CEO of a hospital. And he says to Chantel, I would like to get an extra 4 months of my life. The doctors at Oshner, the oncologist, told me to go home and die. And Chantel said, go talk to Jack. He comes to talk to me and he says, Jack, I don't believe anything you and I have talked about today, Robert. He was as centralized as fuck. He made all his money being a CEO and a doctor, doing the things he did, but yet he gets hit with his own boomerang. And I'll never forget the day I had this discussion with him. He had sunglasses on. He was eating a po' boy. Remember that? See, Chantel's laughing. And I said to him, he said to me, he goes, Jack, this is what I want. I want to see my son graduate in 3 or 4 months. He goes, they told me I have 2 weeks left to live. And I said to him, I said, are you ready to unlearn, to relearn? And he looked at me, very unusual. I said, I'm going to give you a case of deuterium depleted water. I'm going to give you this red light. I want you to use it this way. I gave him his prescription, told him what I want him to do. I said, I do not want to hear you ask me one fucking question. You do what I tell you to do, just as a lion knows what to do in Africa. And I said, if you do that, I think I can get you to where your goal is. So Robert, he gets to his goal, and then he lives an extra 2 months. In the extra 2 months, we casually go and see him, or 3 months. Chantal said he got extra 3 months. He came to me and said, what if I would have believed that you weren't full of shit and a quack, I said, then I would have showed you another reality, that decentralized networks really do work. I would have taught you about mitochondria. I would have subtracted out the RNA and DNA story. I would have told you that your cancer is not a function of bad genes. It's a function of a bad environment tied to the light choices that you made. I said, you sat in front of a computer the last 20 years of your life. I said, that's the reason you got pancreatic cancer. I said, that's the reason you're going to die. And he said, do you really believe that I could have reversed this? I said, yeah. I said, you want to know the truth? I said, you told me something in the beginning of this. You need to hear this. He becomes a type 2 diabetic before he gets pancreatic cancer. Why? From the blue light from the computer screen. I said, did you ever notice something that's really funny? When you got pancreatic cancer, were you diabetic anymore? He goes, no. I said, so you cured your diabetes with cancer. I said, did you ever think that maybe your cells were trying to tell you that this was all about timing and entropy? And I sat him down and started explaining it to him. He said, so let me get this straight. You actually, through this water and light, were able to tell how my gut clocks could yoke up better with the clocks of my eye, but I was so far gone that you were able to give me more time at the end of my life. And I said, Ma, you're waking up. I said, just imagine if you would have come to me 20 years ago, before you ever got the metabolic disturbance from the blue light and the screens. I said, if you want to know the truth, Sergey Brin and his friends in Silicon Valley and the people at MK Ultra, and the irony was, remember, this is a doctor from New Orleans. He knew about the stories about Osher in the basement. But guess what? This points out one of the really powerful stories of humanity. You can be right next to the right answer and still miss it.
Yeah. You can even have the right answer in the wrong time.
That's it. Timing matters.
Yeah.
And what does physics teach us about timing? Physics tell us that timing determines how energy flows over matter.
Yeah.
And like, this is axiomatic. Every physicist knows it, but I don't think that any MD realizes just how important timing is to our biology. Circadian timing is everything. It's actually every chronic disease. You name the chronic disease, and I'm going to tell you the answer is a circadian clock mechanism.
Right.
The only diseases that aren't are the true genetic diseases. That would be like cystic fibrosis, Tay-Sachs disease, things like that. But for example, diseases like Parkinson and Alzheimer's, heart disease, high blood pressure, type 1, type 2 diabetes, they're all circadian mismatches.
So it's cellular, when the cellular system is out of synchronization, you get pathologies, just like when an economy is out of synchronization through money printing or whatever.
It gets problems. It's exactly the same. You just absolutely nailed why chronic diseases are not being solved and why our economic problems aren't being solved. And if you think about what Milei just did in Argentina, it really will get you thinking, because he just went in and got rid of all this chronic diseases by just shrinking government.
Yeah.
Well, I wish I could do that in cancer, like go in and cut all your clocks out that are bad. I can't do that. But guess what? This little supplement you asked me about can resynchronize some of the clocks where your bad problem
So that's
is.
what deuterium-depleted water is doing, resynchronizing the system.
And that's why I decided to use this analogy of Mark and Mark Peters with you, because I think instead of getting into the esoteric stuff about how mitochondria functionally work and what deuterium is really doing, I think when you hear a story about time and a person that has the second most virulent cancer to GBM that can take you out really fast, if a crazy doctor can tell you that I can give you time back that the centralized doctors said, and here's the crazy part of the story, Robert, how much did it cost Mark Peters to get the 6 or 7 months back? Zero. You know why? Chantal bought him the water. She did that to prove to him. I gave him one of the lights out of my clinic, so he didn't have to pay for that. But we gave him the most valuable asset in his life. And he got to see his son graduate.
Yeah.
And all it cost him was curiosity. All it cost him was sitting down and talking to the quack. And then he had the experience that maybe this guy isn't such a quack. Maybe I need to listen to what he's saying. And
Beautiful.
well, I mean, I'll just tell you, I think there's a lesson here for everybody. Like,
Stay curious.
that's it.
All right, and never have the final answer. And always
Nobody does.
treat knowledge as provisional, as you said previously. Taking a list annually of all the things you think you know and asking yourself if you still know them one by one.
Well, I said to your buddy the other day, and before you came, I mean, I think this is the most apropos place to use this cliche that I like to use. The truth is an approximation of what we currently believe. So
Right.
that means the truth is never absolute.
Right.
So guess what I just said to you? Not only is time relative, but so is the truth.
Yeah, but not totally, right? Because isn't Bitcoin something that it's like this absolute,
Well, what happens if quantum computing comes by? Then
or
even
the
then,
center of even mathematics, you don't want to go to Bitcoin, like the number zero. We do have these representations of the absolute that we really need to cohere around. Because if you make truth just relativistic, well, then it's my truth and your truth, and you get into all this kind of wokest nonsense.
yeah, but I will tell you that I don't think, I'm going to be honest with you, I'll push back on you in this. I don't think there's any absolute truth.
I think there's truth that's discoverable that's bigger than us.
I think we plug in to decentralized networks. That's our truth.
Yeah.
I would tell you that our truth is nature. You and I, everybody listening to this podcast, we're designed to plug in right outside there.
Is there an absolute aspect to nature? Is there a part of nature
Yeah,
that doesn't?
light, water, magnetism.
Okay.
And guess what? It turns out that why isn't that even absolute? Because of the story I just told you about Mark and Usain Bolt. Why? Mark didn't live on a volcano. Mark wasn't Jamaican. He didn't have the melanation to affect him. Like a guy like Usain Bolt with dark skin, he probably would have stayed a type 2 diabetic his whole life and not got pancreatic cancer.
Yeah.
But Mark got the pancreatic cancer. And Mark never had the thought in his head, yeah, why is it when I got cancer, my diabetes went away? You would have thought a doctor would have asked that question, but he didn't. Why? Because all the things that he was taught in the medical school curriculum was put there by the Rockefeller Foundation from Big Pharma, and that began with the Flexion Report in 1911. So if you want to know the reason why I'm a prick online, the reason why I go after people is because we've got to fix this problem. Just like you are a savage for Bitcoin and you want to use knowledge and wisdom to get people to understand Bitcoin, I'm trying to do the same thing to let people know that decentralized health and wealth are linked.
Yeah.
And they're linked fundamentally because I want to see the savages in Bitcoin live a full and healthy life without me. I want you to subtract Uncle Jack.
Well, we're learning a lot through Uncle Jack, and if I may try to put a button on this section, if nature is looking at nature as God in a way that maybe that light, water, and magnetism are the Trinitarian formula of nature as God.
It's an interesting way. I've never thought about that. Funny thing is I've written a blog called The Holy Trinity, but I like it. I'm not going to say that I don't like it. I just think if I can get people to worship nature the way they worship technology, we'll be a lot better than we are. That's really my goal before I get off this planet. I want to do this USB download that you and I are doing. Hopefully a lot of people will listen to this podcast and go, you know, there's some truth here. There's some things here that I need to take Jack more seriously. So it's the mark of an educated mind to take something you don't believe, examine it for yourself. So I want everybody out there who's a savage, who's decentralized, to not believe anything Uncle Jack told you. I want you to examine it all, come back and then tell me.
Don't trust, verify.
Right.
Yeah.
I want you to come back and tell me that I'm wrong. Because you know what? I am very open to the possibility of being wrong.
We're going to get into some books, I think, when we pick this conversation back up. Are there any sources you want to rattle off right now for people that you want to push into those rabbit holes?
Yeah, I would tell you the first book, the book on light that I think you should start with is Roland Van Wyck's book called Light Sculpting Life. The book on water, that's basic, but it gives you a third grade understanding. It's not fully accurate. is Gerald Pollack's book that you had,
Fourth
The Fourth
Phase.
Phase of Water.
Yep.
The reason Jerry's book is not definitive is because he didn't do any of his studies with UV light, and he didn't do any of his studies with deuterium-depleted water. That was a mistake. But it's still a good book for you to read. The book about non-native EMF, all the things that you hear me talking about, both blue light and non-native EMF, Andrew Marino's book called Going Somewhere. It's a textbook on the work of Robert Becker. Not only that, you'll be able to read the testimony from US Congress to know from 1973 to 77 how much of this information was already discoverable, yet you still have people making these computers to hurt you. I mean, I look at this computer just the way you look at a COVID mRNA vaccine. The only difference is the vaccine will kill you faster than this will. This will kill you like it killed Mark Peters.
Right.
And I think a book for the simpletons, John Ott, Health and Light, spectacular book. You can read it, I think, in a day. It teaches you the very basics about why you need to question light. Nick Lane's book, anything Nick Lane has written, you want to learn about mitochondria. My favorite book that he's written is Power, Sex, and Suicide. Very cool title, but the book is spectacular. He's got another one called The Vital Question. Jim L. Khalili's book, Life at the Edge, spectacular. For those who are the skeptics that think that there's no quantum processing in us, he'll teach you about the European robin and the cryptochrome protein in it, how they magnetically navigate all over the planet. Spectacular book.
Yeah, birds see magnetic lines. Apparently.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And believe it or not, since birds, you now know, come from dinosaurs, and we have remnants in us, that means that we have remnants in us as well, and we're able to do the same things. But there's so many different books out there important. I think some of the people that I've referenced, do I believe that you need to read a little bit about the story of Albert St. Georgi? Should you read The Body Electric by Robert O. Becker? Yes. Should you read Cross Currents by Robert O. Becker? Yes. Should you read everything that Becker's written? My opinion, yes. Are there other people out there that have written books that are important? There are. But we're talking about the beginnings. Like if you're going to go out and buy some books for people for Christmas, the books that I just gave to you is the perfect starter pack for a Bitcoiner.
Okay. Beautiful. You said something to me yesterday that we are little mammals living in a big T-Rex world. What did you mean by that? Is this related to
We've grown up.
the KT event?
Yeah, we've grown up.
So what is the KT
think
event?
about it. At my pool today, you saw the black bird. The black bird used to be the T-Rex, and now you and I used to be the small little mammal that lived under the ground that was furry. Take a look at us. Look at the difference. We're not hairy like they were, but we have big brains, big immune systems, big hearts. We now live longer than any other mammal on the planet after 65 million years. It's kind of pretty cool upgrade when you actually think about it. And when you think about the T-Rex, when you go into the Museum of Natural History in New York, you see that monster, you see that skull, and now it's the bird that was drinking water out of my pool. You go, how'd that happen?
Yeah, how did that happen? So
I'm going to tell you, it happened from one gene that we talked about,
okay.
the POMC gene.
Ah.
That was what I spent 10 hours trying to explain to Huberman on Rick's podcast. And POMC sculpted. Like when you asked me earlier today about, tell me the books, Jack. And I told you about Roland Van Wyck's book about life sculpts life.
Yeah.
What you'll find in that book is actually how light does it, but it doesn't talk about POMC. POMC, you have to know the evolutionary story. You have to be a little bit of an evolutionary biologist. You have to know a little bit about Kevin McKiernan's work when he worked with Craig Ventnor on the Human Genome Project, why the beliefs that we had about 100,000 genes was false. When it turned out we only had 200-300 genes more than chimps and gorillas. So we had to ask the question, the hard question, the question that nobody in biology wanted to ask because of the beliefs that Dawkins, Darwin, even Lamarck put in us. How can we be so similar but yet so different? And it turns out that one gene can sculpt us. And it sculpts us because that gene is only turned on by the accent on the E of the electromagnetic spectrum that you asked me about. It turns out that that one gene is a very small part of this story. So if you remember earlier in the podcast, we talked about tunable parts of the electromagnetic spectrum. Turns out the POMC story that I try to relate to Rick and Huberman, however successful or unsuccessful it is, Rick would probably tell you it was successful because the podcast was a big hit. But that gene sculpted us from the small mammals.
Okay.
And when you look at us, we clearly look different than what we came from. But it's also the corollary that birds look radically different than a T-Rex. In fact, I would say their change is probably bigger, probably from a morphogenetic standpoint, because their body type has changed. But the interesting thing that links us is the hip joint. The fact that they had feathers. They still used almost every single system that we did, but their environment 65 million years ago, 70 million years ago was different. And the interesting part of the story, so you are, how shall we say, timeline perspective, because we've been talking a lot about time in this whole series, is mammals evolved 300 million years ago. So we're only talking 65 million years ago. So if you look at that epoch, pretty small period of time, but it's the most impactful part because this is when mammals take over the world.
Yes.
This is when dinosaurs retract.
No pun intended, right? So how was the KT event figuratively and literally so impactful on mammalian biology?
This is, I don't know how you're going to feel about this. I'd probably like to get your feedback because I don't know where you are. You've not shared with me or the audience yet where you are on the food and light story. So this is where I would tell you Uncle Jack really puts the food gurus to shame because it turns out when the asteroid hits the planet, we've got 30 miles of dirt up in the air. We've got the iridium band everywhere in the world. We know it's from pole to pole. There's no place on Earth where that band's not there. So it blocks photosynthesis. So it blocks light. So if it blocks light, is it light or food? And it turns out the two mammals that make it through that KT event are eutherian mammals. Those are mammals that have a placenta. What's important about the placenta? Something that you asked me a lot about today, leptin. Leptin controls fecundity, it controls fertility. And what's the other side of it? Turns out it's birds. Birds are theropod dinosaurs. They're dinosaurs that fly. You know, as a little boy, you learn, T-Rexes didn't fly. But the Archaeopteryx is the first dinosaur that we knew that flew. And theropod dinosaurs are the ancestor of the theropod dinosaur. And theropod dinosaurs are actually where modern birds come from. So when you actually tell your child, hey, look, that really is a T-Rex, because that's what I tell people on my pool all the time when they come drink water at 4:00, that's really what's happened in the last 65 million years. And it really happened because light on Earth changed because dirt from an asteroid blocked light for some period of time. The argument, we don't know. I would tell you that we have no earthly idea how long the block was. In Rick's podcast, my prediction was it wasn't as long as we all think. I think that was a shorter period of time. And if you remember, I brought up the biohack that I did with the black lady that had vitiligo, that I was able to repigment her skin in a couple of months because we can use melanin and move it when we have the appropriate stimulus there. I think the same thing was true with the original small mammals we were and the big T-Rexes. And what happened? We switched places.
So the stable energy source that was the sun, that was dependent for photosynthesis and
Gone.
energizing the food chain all the way up to the T-Rex, that energy source was interrupted via this global blockage cloud.
Right. This would be like for Bitcoiners to understand, this would be like a CME 1859 Carrigan event coming, knocking out the power grid. Like, as we said before, 13% of Bitcoin's network's underground. It's protected. We wouldn't have to replace that. We would have to recapitulate the whole from that.
Mm-hmm.
That's actually what life did. So what is an extinction event when you think about it like this? Extinction event is when either energy or information is taken away from the system. You've gone through 5 of them. I submit to you that we're currently 125 years in the 6th one right now. There's people out there like Elizabeth Colbert, who's written a book about the 6th extinction.
Mm-hmm.
That's ongoing. She doesn't have the same perspective I do. I believe the 6th extinction started in 1893 with Tesla's AC power grid. And everything that we plug into it actually is our asteroid. Why? Because it does the same thing. Because the thing in front of you right now, that Apple computer, that's your asteroid. That changes the light that you're adapted to.
Mm. So dinosaurs and their food chain get disrupted by this event, this KT event.
Because they're the carnivores of the day.
This now presents
big, huge animals that need massive.
But they depend on big plants feeding big herbivores, feeding big carnivores, and that whole chain is interrupted.
Gone. It's so like gone like this.
Then mammals then are able to rise because we can generate light internally. Is that
here's where
where is the leptin, melanocortin pathway, and POMC coming into the story of mammalian?
The first thing
success.
that happens is once the dinosaurs, the big predators, taken away, the little mammals can come out from underneath the ground. Remember, they lived under the ground 9-10 months out of the year
to avoid predation.
Correct.
Yeah.
That was the original issue, and that's the reason why we got placentas. Remember, eutherian mammals mean they have placentas.
Okay.
The only mammal that gets through the KT event that you know about is like the duck-bill platypus, like the ducks that actually still lay eggs. But everybody else is taken out that's laying eggs, including the dinosaurs.
Right.
But what becomes the dominant mammal? Because if you can keep your young internally inside, you create your own environment. So it immediately asks the question, well, how is that possible? Like if you've interrupted the sun, and that's where I brought you in Rick's podcast. Okay, let's talk about POMC. Let's talk about the parts of POMC. Let's talk about ACTH. Turns out the food gurus, the guys that you know that I pound on all the time, they're always telling you that the only way you can make glucose is if you eat carbohydrates and Oreo cookies and bad shit. Turns out they're wrong. Turns out ACTH raises your blood sugar. So what does that mean? It means light creates sugar. You don't need. You asked me a question earlier today. Jack, do we do animal photosynthesis? Now I just told you a second way we do it. It's not just through splitting electrons through melanin. Now you're realizing, oh shit, there's a part of POMC that creates ACTH, which is adrenocorticotropin hormone, which eventually makes the hormone you know about, cortisol. Cortisol, when you inject it into your veins, makes blood sugar. So that means that you can create energy from blue light. Well, guess what happens when you block most of the sunlight with an asteroid? You lock out and block out a lot of infrared A, near infrared, and UV. But guess what you don't block out? Blue. So blue light is now predominant in the atmosphere for however long time it is, because we don't know the time frame. And these little mammals come out, and what happens? They're able to persist because they can make glucose in their body without any food being around, because what's the dominant light now? It's now a different type of sun than what they've been adapted to. But it turns out they have the tool in their tool bag to do this. Who doesn't? The dinosaurs. Wow. The dinosaurs need the sun. They need the food chains that the carnivores that you follow need. And the problem is people don't realize what I'm trying to teach people is you don't need that. And you don't realize that that nuclear weapon, that superpower that was in mammals is still in us today. And now we've created an environment that is a new asteroid. That's technology that actually is driving this process when we're no longer a little mammal. And that destroys POMC signaling in us and leads to all the chronic diseases that we have today.
So POMC was the thing that sculpted us and made us what we are, and now we're interrupting that signaling pathway.
Correct.
That's the pathology. Okay, this is a bit of a pivot, but at one point in one of your podcasts, you said you were really fascinated with the periodic table when you were a child.
Totally.
I want you to expand upon that. And can you work in Walter Russell's version of the periodic table? It's not the rectangular square version. It's the one that
spiral.
It's a spiral. Yeah. It shows different elements as different octaves and vibrational patterns. Like, what is that accurate? What are your thoughts about the periodic table? And
I wouldn't say it's accurate or inaccurate. I would tell you it's a perspective that Russell had that's tied to size and shape. So if I paint the picture for you to try for you to understand Mendeleev's periodic table versus Russell's, this is what I would tell you. Mendeleev's periodic table made predictions about where atoms should be found based on thermodynamics, based on electrons, protons, and energy. It was really based on the laws of thermodynamics. But here's the interesting part. Russell's idea of the periodic table on the spiral, he was more thinking like Tesla was about vibration and frequency. And it turns out, just like everything else that I've told you, Mendeleev and Russell are like the supplement makers. They're like the food gurus. It's a half truth.
Okay.
So you have to realize the part that they got right, that's what we should focus in on. So you guys asked me a question earlier about Terrence Howard and Eric Weinstein and the podcast they do with Rogan. And I told you, you have to take away the nugget that's there and then leave behind what's not. This is what Bitcoiners have to be good at, because the via negativa, you have to subtract out the pseudoscience, but bring in. So what I want you to focus in on, when I tell you that I hacked the periodic table, not only did I hack it from Mendeleev's ideas about how the table is organized into periods and tables, but also knowing Walter Russell's spiral, that frequencies mattered. You remember earlier today when we talked a little bit about Ray Peat and why I had a problem with Ray Peat. When I presented to him and said, I want you to know about absorption and emission spectra. Absorption and emission spectra is a synonym for vibration and frequency. But someone who's a biochemist doesn't understand what I just said to you. You know, that's like you speaking Mandarin Chinese and me coming in talking Sichuan. And what I'm trying to say to you is Mendeleev and Russell were talking the same language, but different dialects of that. Right, okay. Exactly. And the reason why—
Because of the disunity between biology and physics.
Well, there's a huge disunity. I mean, we've talked about that earlier today when we talked about science. But I would tell you, within science, we actually talked about the problems I have in physics. I've told you about some of the problems I have in biology, you know, when we talked about the randomized controlled clinical trial. But what we're talking about now is a very fundamental level. Why? Because these are the elements of the periodic table. And the way in which you approach the elements of the periodic table is very, very different. So what did I do when I hacked the periodic table to figure out the things that I figured out from a quantum biologic perspective? I was looking for a trend that actually made biology special. And the two things that I came up with, this is the part from Walter Russell's periodic table, frequency and vibration, but the real big one, absorption and emission spectra. And then it came down to looking at what atoms were affected by a magnetic field and ones weren't. And that was the real come to Jesus moment, because I found out that atoms that were affected by magnetic fields, they were called a special name, paramagnetic. And what did I find? Most of the atoms that we use in biology are paramagnetic. And what's the one gas? Because you asked me this multiple times today. I never went this step with you until now. In 2014, I gave a really provocative talk at Pasadena Coliseum with Dave Asprey in one of his Bulletproof conferences. And he put me in a small little room to keep my science tight because he didn't want this information getting out because he wanted to keep it on food and the stuff that he sold. Mm-hmm. Oxygen is paramagnetic. What does that mean? It's the only gas on the periodic table that reacts to magnetic fields. Mm-hmm. Why is that important? Well, you know that oxygen is the terminal electron acceptor for mitochondria. And you know that right in front of that terminal electron acceptor is the FO head that spins. That's on the electron chain. That's the wire.
What is the FO head? The
FO head is part of the ATP ace that spins.
Okay.
And it spins 9,000 times per second.
Okay.
Every time it spins 3.5 turns, a proton goes through and you make ATP.
Okay.
Why is that important? Anything that spins and has an electric current go through it, 1850s, Michael Faraday tells you it makes a magnetic field. Guess why oxygen? Why do we breathe? It's an electromagnetic event. And that's why oxygen was picked and why we didn't pick carbon, why we didn't pick fluoride or fluorine or chlorine. Turns out that oxygen is the only gas on the periodic table that's paramagnetic and electronegative. So it made it the ideal terminal electron acceptor for mitochondria. Now, did we use oxygen in the beginning of life? You know, we talked earlier today about 3.8 billion years ago about bacteria and archaea. Back then, that wasn't the dominant gas in the atmosphere. Dominant gas was something completely different. That's why different bacteria like methanogens used different gases like methane to make their energy. They actually used CO2 and hydrogen and protons to generate energy. But we don't do that anymore. But do we have remnants in us? Like some of the free radicals that are used in us that are called gaseotransmitters. That's things that you've heard of. When you were a young boy, you know that when eggs get rotten, they smell like rotten eggs. That's a hydrogen sulfide gas. Believe it or not, that gas is actually made even in humans to this very day.
Yeah.
So where would you see that if you're a doctor like I am? Somebody drowns in a pool, it's cold water. It wouldn't happen in Miami, but let's say it's in Minnesota. That person could be under the water for 45 minutes. We would still do CPR on that person when they come in because we know that there's a chance they could live because they can use these gaseotransmitters. What's another one that you heard of? Carbon monoxide. What's another one? Carbon dioxide. You can use these gases as a terminal electron acceptor. One of the other gases you've probably heard about, nitric oxide. Nitric oxide is used to lower our blood pressure, but believe it or not, we in our previous evolutionary history could use these gases to run mitochondrial biology. Was it as efficient? It's very similar to the story that you asked me earlier about chlorophyll, hemoglobin, and melanin. Turns out these gases are more like chlorophyll. They weren't as effective of pulling energy and information from light for us to make energy. But when we were single cell or small multicellular organisms, we could do it, but we still have that ability in us from billions of years ago because we are a fractal of what those first two domains are. And this is what makes life amazing when you understand this.
Let me ask you, the terminal electron acceptor that oxygen was providing for the mitochondria,
to capture the electron.
So the mitochondria is generating this energy and then oxygen is carrying the energy?
The ATPase, which is the fourth cytochrome, has a spinning head and it's also what makes water. It's called cytochrome C oxidase. So it's a very powerful...
Is this the nano engine you described?
Yeah, it's a quantum nano engine that works with 100% efficiency. Like when I say the word always, never, or 100%, everybody who's a Bitcoiner in the audience needs to go, bullshit. Go look it up. You can put it in, a Yandex or Google box right now, and you'll find out that the studies have already been done to prove what I'm telling you is true.
100% efficiency. So there's no loss to friction?
None. Zero. Dude, You don't ask questions like that on a podcast. Why? This is where I enact Feynman. Don't ever ask nature questions. She has figured out over 3.8 billion years in her, how shall we say, laboratory.
Yeah.
We've never built an engine ever like the ATPase. And
Right.
it turns out the ATPase is in everything of life. There's nothing that exists that doesn't have the ATPase. Therefore, hitherto and moreover, this is when you bend and genuflect at the knee and go, this is pretty special stuff. But do you need to ask questions of, like, what does the ATPase do? Well, guess what? Its favorite type of light is red light.
Yeah.
And it works with nitric oxide. In fact, nitric oxide inhibits ATP production. It stops electron train transport. It reduces ATP. So this is when you go, so Jack, is this how nitric oxide can save somebody that's in water drowning who can't breathe? The answer is yes. Now I'm going to do a hard stop with you. When we talked about the story of dinosaurs and mammals, remember what I told you? When you were inside your mama, you were inside a water-filled sac too, right? Called the womb, with amniotic fluid around you. Weren't you there not that long ago? How old are you, Robert?
39 almost.
All right, so 39 years ago, you were that organism inside your mother, and you had those abilities in you, and you were using them until the doctor slapped you on the ass and you started to breathe oxygen. So why do you retain this issue? It turns out because you're a mammal, because you came from a womb. And this ability is still built into you. But what makes the ATPase special? That FO head rotates. Every 3.4 turns, a proton goes through and make ATP. But when anything spins and an electric current goes through it, which is what electron train transport is, Faraday says it makes a magnetic field. That means that gases that are paramagnetic will be drawn to it. So why do we really breathe? Many people, like my friend Erwin LaCour from MoveNet, will tell you, well, we breathe for a very specific purpose. That purpose is this one. It's an electromagnetic ability. But we didn't always breathe oxygen. And you have to realize that we retain those abilities. But now that the environment that you and I live in is very high in oxygen, 21%.
So we've adapted.
You got it.
Wow.
So guess what? We are now life forms, as I said in Rick's podcast, million. We're not 1.1. We're like Bitcoin evolved 3.8 billion years.
Right. Version 3.8 billion.
Right. It's crazy when you actually think about the timescales.
Yeah.
But I want you to realize that the evidence, the blockchain that's in us, is these gases that are gaseotransmitters.
Got it.
We actually can survive a drowning in cold water because we use these abilities when oxygen is no longer available to us. That's the reason why we just don't do codes on people when they come in.
Wow. Okay, you, in addition to the books you recommended earlier, before, when I was preparing for this podcast, you had recommended a number of books to me. Some of them I wanted to just ask you questions about because a lot of them have very radical viewpoints. One of them is titled Cells, Gels, and the Engines of Life.
Yeah, that's by Pollock.
And so he's talking about, he's basically arguing that our traditional metaphor for cells is like little liquid-filled bags is not correct, that they're more like flexible gel-like structures.
Liquid crystalline structures. We talked about that earlier.
And so, and water obviously plays a very active role in the mechanics of life. Maybe this pertains to the fourth phase of water as well. But could you just...
Well, remember, that book that you just quoted is a predecessor to this book.
Same author, Paul.
Right.
Yeah.
So you have to realize, what is he doing? He's actually giving his evolution of thinking.
Okay.
So the point that he tried to make in that book was really written to try to explain all the things that Gilbert Ling came up with. And we talked about Gilbert Ling earlier. Brilliant guy. Most of Gilbert's books, if you read them even today, and I would tell you, I'm a pretty smart guy. These are the most difficult books you'll ever read. So for you to understand it, you have to get where he's going. So why did Pollock write this book? He was trying to explain how muscles worked And the way Pollack decided to come to this story is that muscles were liquid crystalline. All the actin and protein and myosin that's in all worked as a gel, but it only worked with water. And why did he make this key point? Because when you look at a biochemistry book, a centralized biochemistry book, you open it up and you see all these pathways that you know from the food gurus that you follow. They talk about glycolysis, they talk about gluconeogenesis, they talk about the TCA cycle. But you know what's interesting about all the cycles? They never talk about what water is doing in all this. And it turns out in a cell, every single protein in a cell is surrounded by water. And if you remember our early discussion, I told you that anything that's coded for by DNA or an RNA is a protein semiconductor,
Yeah.
but it doesn't work without water. But the number one dominant thing that we all believe today in medicine is that biochemistry is accurate. And what do? They homogenize a cell, take the water out, and just look at the proteins behind and think they can explain life.
Okay.
And then they come out to Robert Breedlove and say, Robert, this is what you should do, and we believe this. And you never have an earthly idea to say to them, well, what about the water you just took out of the Vitamix blender?
Right.
And see, that's what someone like Dr. Alexis Cowan that I told you about, who trained at the best metabolic lab in the world, she's like, well, not only are we not studying the water with the biochemistry, but we're not even talking about the light that controls
The water.
the biochemistry in the water.
Yeah.
So how about we add both of them back in? So I'm going to tell you from Pollack's book that you mentioned, that's a book that only has 1/3 of the story right. So if you read that book and think you're reading the truth, that's like reading David Sinclair and his opinion about NAD supplementation. It's total bullshit. It's propaganda. It's marketing. You need to subtract it. Now, it doesn't mean there's not benefit to reading the book, but when you read this book, on top of that book, you go, okay, you just gave me another layer to the onion to understand the story. Because what are we trying to get Robert Breedlove to understand? How are the semiconductors built in us? How do they really work? How do you get me from Ling, Pollack to Becker? Because you read Becker's book, which is this book next to you, and Becker told you there was semiconduction. He backed it up and he did exquisite experiments to show it. But you need to know as a Bitcoiner, Jack, I like what you're telling me. I like the science, but I need to verify what you're telling me is trusted. Is it truly decentralized, or is this centralized bullshit that you're trying to sell me so I buy a supplement from you? And I think you already know about me. I don't like supplements.
No.
Why? Because what do you know about AMD and Intel? If we add any bad chemicals into a semiconductor factory, don't they have clean rooms?
Yeah.
So why would we want to put anything into a clean room if we're making semiconduction? You understand why when you told me about your supplements and neurotropics, you saw
saying
Uncle Jack go,
Deuterium could be in there. Yeah.
what I'm trying to do is not get you, Robert, to believe this story. I'm trying to get you at the end of your year to start to write down all the things you believe and start to question them again. Because guess what? Next year we do a podcast like this, you're going to say, Jack, let's have a talk. I've now upgraded where I'm at. I begin to realize why your perspective is what it is. You explained to me how we went from Pollack's third book to his fourth book, how it ties into Becker's book. I got it. I got the message. I understand about clean rooms. Hopefully, you're even beginning to understand why Uncle Jack has a huge problem with the messenger RNA jabs. Why? Paper was just published in the last 4 weeks that showed we have 51 atoms in the COVID jabs that we don't even use. So when you ask the question and you understand the semiconductor fab story, if we're using carbon-based semiconductors and proteins, marrying them with water, what happens when we put aluminum in? What happens when we put tantalum in? What happens when we put calcium in? What happens when we add zinc? Jack, how does this affect? You know what the answer is? This goes back to your Sailor series. It's the leaky hydraulics when the plane is starting to land, and guess what? Then all of a sudden Robert goes, so Jack, is that what long COVID is? The answer is yes. Jack, is this why people get clots in their brain? Jack, is this why people get myocarditis?
So it's mitochondrial getting gunked up then.
Boom.
Wow.
See? See, look, you're not the brain surgeon, you're not the scientist, but guess what? You're getting it.
Catching on. So going back to the cells then, this structured water is like the fourth phase of water, I guess.
He calls it that, but I'm going to tell you that I think plasma is the real fourth phase. That's a formation of light. Water, I think we need to take totally out.
Okay.
And we go back to what we said earlier today when we talked about water goes through a phase transition when light hits it.
Yeah.
Like Pollock did a really good job in the book.
Which is the same thing as saying it becomes structured, right?
Yeah. Well, when he says structured, what he's talking about, because remember, he's not using precise terminology in this book.
Crystalline, like you said earlier.
He's trying to make this book, you know, and I'm sure Jerry will listen to this and get pissed off of me, but this book is written for a third grader who doesn't really understand science, but that's why it's approachable to the audience that's going to listen to this podcast. And I'm still going to tell you, is this book something that you should buy for everybody for Christmas? The answer is yes.
This book being the fourth phase of water.
Yeah.
Start with this one, not cells, gels.
No, this is way better book than cells and gels because you'll get lost in that.
Okay.
This book explains to you really how water fundamentally works about charge separation and being a battery. And when you separate positive from negative charge, that's what a battery is. We call that a capacitor. Mm-hmm. And it turns out water is an electromagnetic capacitor. My criticisms of Jerry is he didn't use deuterium-depleted water to do the studies to show the difference, because fundamentally that's the water mitochondria make. And then he also didn't be too specific about the light. My opinion is that light in the electromagnetic spectrum, even within the visible spectrum, like if you go red, like now we're going to go to the Pink Floyd album cover. Mm-hmm. When you see it, visible spectrum is broken into 7 colors. Goes from red to purple. You know all the colors in between. Each one of those colors do a different thing to water. And it turns out the amount of the EZ, that's the term he uses. EC stands for exclusion zone. Why did he call that? Why did he call it that? Because it excludes protons, which is the positive charge. What did we talk about earlier? If you exclude a proton, you're charge separating. That's how you make a battery. Yeah. That's the quantum battery that you're asking me before.
Gotcha.
All of that in his book, those concepts are great. But I'm going to tell you, red light, orange light, yellow light, green light, blue light, purple light, red light, all makes a different size EZ. In other words, the battery is not equivalent with any color.
Got it.
And I'm going to tell you, the best battery isn't red light. I think the best battery is UV light, and that's the light that your dermatologist, your ophthalmologist told you it's no bueno, right?
Yeah.
But guess what we talked about earlier today? We talked about the guy who came up with the idea that everything emits UV light, UV biophotons. Why is it that the question that Pollock should have asked, but he didn't, this is why I have a problem with him. When Fritz Pop says everything alive, no matter what it is, emits extreme low frequency UV light, that should immediately stop every scientist in the track who's a water researcher and go, why is UV light special? Because it seems like everything that's alive makes it. Now, we didn't know that until the 1960s and 70s when photomultipliers became available. Well, that is the missing chapters in that book. So that's the reason why when I tell you I want you to read this, but this is where I want you to be the Bitcoiner, realize what's not in the book. Like this is like learning, or it's like reading Saifedean's book and missing the last 3 chapters. Uh-huh. See what I'm saying? And the book is still good, but you're like,
right,
I need the more.
When you say every form of life emits UV light, and obviously UV is a very broad spectrum, right? It's everything.
Actually, it's a very narrow spectrum in the visible.
Well, I was going to say, but is it beyond the visible? Like
no,
life's emitting light.
No, you can't see UV light. I mean, when I say I mean humans can't see it, but guess what? Insects can.
My question
Dogs can.
Is life emitting ultraviolet light that is beyond the visible spectrum?
Yes.
Okay.
And we know that from the photomultiplier story. What's the interesting part is we have no earthly idea truly what it's doing, because guess what? Nobody in the NIH is funding research because Dr. Fauci
Right.
has blocked a lot of that. And this is where Doug Wallace comes in to play here. He says, we spend 99% of our money using RNA and DNA research, nothing on mitochondrial DNA. And where does this light come from? You're hitting Becker's book.
Mm-hmm.
It comes from mitochondrial DNA. So if you're not studying mitochondrial DNA, how are you ever going to know about this light?
Got it. So we said earlier, light structures water or makes it crystalline, I guess to use another
Liquid
term.
crystal.
Liquid crystal. What is the role of electrolytes? Don't electrolytes do something similar for water?
Electrolytes do all different kinds of things, but if you know anything about semiconduction, they're the dopants. So for example, you're pounding right now on the body electric. That's Becker's book. In Becker's book, he tells you about what the dopant is on the semiconductors in bone. What are those two dopants? They're two copper atoms.
What is a dopant?
A dopant is something that's an atom that changes the photoelectric effect of when light hits a semiconductor. It changes the light emission.
Okay.
So if you, for example, make it really simple. If you take a piece of unpolished silicon and you shine a light through it, you will create light that comes out. It will be a very specific spectrum.
Okay. So
If
it's kind
you
of like
polish,
a prism of sorts.
right, if you polish the silicone, you'll actually make a different type of light. But then on the silicone where there's a crack in it, if you put two dopants, these are atoms that are not silicon, they change the photoelectric properties of the crystal. And guess what happens? You make a different frequency of light. Also, not only does the frequency change, polarization changes. What else changes? There's many qualities of light that also change. And it turns out these things become very important in biology. Why? Because remember when we talked about the entropy dump after? All of these things are used in biology to do different things. And you know what the problem is? Centralized medicine, centralized science is not studying any of these things. So like when I tell you what they do, when I tell you what I think they do, they don't know. But when somebody puts polarized lenses, say from Ray-Ban on their eyes, they're completely changing everything that goes on distal to their retina in their brain. So we should not be doing that until we know exactly what the effect is in the brain. And are there books out there that we mentioned earlier, like John Ott's book, that actually hint to us that just by wearing polarized lenses, it's a problem? Why? Because if we were designed to wear polarized lenses, wouldn't you think that God or evolution would make our lens in our eye polarized? And it's not. Turns out that sunlight is completely unpolarized.
Looking at the cells again, Paul.
I want to make one more point. Sorry to interrupt you. All the light that's around us right now in this podcast on your computer screen, it's all polarized. Every light that's plugged into an AC power grid is polarized light.
Even these red lights.
You got it.
Okay.
So
that's not good.
Correct.
Oh,
so
I thought
this
the red
is
light was good.
well, but this is the point that I'm trying to make to you about quantum mechanics. These little changes, these butterfly effects, lead to collateral effects. So the question for you as the Bitcoiner, since you're asking the questions of science, what are the effects of this? Truth be told, Robert, I can't answer those questions for you because nobody's studying. Why? Because Anthony Fauci thinks it's more prudent to study RNA and DNA than mitochondrial DNA. So do you understand now why putting Jay Bhattacharya in the NIH and Bobby Kennedy in HHS might be important for the discussion that we're having right now? The answer is this is actually how politics could actually affect science, because guess what we're doing? We're now asking different questions of centralized science than we did before. And generally, if you have chronic diseases and you can't answer them, what are we saying? Maybe finding a new path to this answer can bring us a new place. Bring us a new place that Callie and Casey Means don't want us to go. They want to blame everything on Fruit Loops and red dye number 5. And you know many of the guys that you follow, they want to blame it on carbohydrates, proteins, and fats, or seed oils. What I'm saying to you, what I'm trying to point out to you, there's many other knobs on the equalizer dial that could actually change this in tremendous ways. Why? Because we are much more sensitive to light than people know. This isn't just about...
It's all downstream from light.
You got it.
Okay. So the cells themselves, Pollack's arguing that they actually have a cytoskeleton, which is something like a flexible...
It's like your bones. Just think about it so you understand.
So cells have skeletons.
Yeah. Well, it's made out of collagen. Okay. And collagen is the tensgritty part of the system. Remember Buckminster Fuller? You and I talked about him earlier.
Yeah. Buckminster
Fuller made the geodesic dome. You know about that. You've seen it many, many times.
I'm not sure. What is it?
That's the dome that has all the triangles on it that is structurally extremely strong.
Oh, okay, sure.
Turns out that's what actin is in the muscles that you talked about, Pollack's other book. The other thing is when you see chromosomes, they're together. When the daughter cells split apart, centrosomes pull apart. What pulls it apart? Those are microtubules. Microtubules are part of actually the tensgritty system in there. What's the most common protein in all cells? Collagen. You know that. You probably know that from bone broth, and you know the bone broth is good. You probably have no idea why it is, but that's the base chemical of the electric power grid in the cell. So when you think about this like a Bitcoin, you're like, how good would we do without an electric power grid in Bitcoin? Not too good. Well, the same thing turns out with cells. If you ruin the electric power grid in cells, which is formed by collagen, which is a triple helix, when you compress collagen, it's piezoelectric. It's flexoelectric. What does that mean? It creates electricity when we deform it. That's everything that you learned about in Becker's book. Becker told you that collagen is one of the semiconductors that's in bone.
Okay.
Well, it turns out collagen's not just in bone. It's in your ligaments. It's in almost every part of your body. There's no part, no organ, your skin, your brain, your kidneys, your arteries. It's fucking everywhere.
This is the electrical grid at the cellular level.
You got it.
Wow.
That's what the tensgritty system is.
So this cytoskeleton of the cell is the actual electrical grid.
Yeah, I would like you to think about it like Con Edison, or I don't know what the name of the grid is in Florida. Whoever runs it, Energy maybe?
FPL.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. You call it whatever state you're in.
Got it. Okay. Okay, so what does this have to do? All right, Pollack made this interesting argument that ties to something we were talking about earlier, perhaps, suggesting that cellular structures can send vibrations and waves through these gel-like structures.
Those are called solitons, just so you know.
And that allows for like a nearly instantaneous communication across long distances.
Correct.
So in addition,
solitons have a very unique ability in physics that they can, remember when we talked about photons earlier and I told you that photons are the force generator of the electromagnetic force? When light hits a protein or anything else, it can create an electromechanical vibration. That is another synonym for a soliton, which is what Pollack is talking about there. A soliton has very specific abilities. It can continue information transfer infinitum. So it turns out that when you change light into a sound wave, an electromechanical wave, this can be transmitted over vast distances.
And that's what I want to ask about, because this sounds like quantum entanglement to me. This
sounds it's not. There's something even more interesting about solitons that Ohio State found out in 2018 that Pollack doesn't really talk about. Do you know what controls solitons? It's a question that you brought out to me earlier today. Magnetic fields. Remember when we talked about Usain Bolt and Chicken McNuggets?
Yeah.
Well, solitons are controlled specifically by magnetic flux. So remember what we talked about earlier about magnetic flux. You're like, okay, Jack, light can be an electric field, magnetic field, orthogonal. And then you have to be able in your own mind to realize they work like this, but then they can be separated and we can still use them. That's part of the entropy part of the story. And you're like, Jack, explain to me how we can separate this in the body. It's hard for me to explain it to you when you're not a scientist, but you have to trust me that there's books present that show you we use the electric field, we use the magnetic field. I gave you an example earlier in this segment about oxygen being paramagnetic, that it's drawn to magnetic fields. Well, here's another one you just brought up, solitons. Solitons are created in your cochlea of your ear. Most people don't know the cochlea of your ear has a huge spiral. It looks just like a seashell that you would find in Miami. Do you know that there's a melanin sheet on the whole cochlea? You actually don't hear sound. You know what you hear first? Light. Light comes in, and then it's changed to an electromechanical energy that actually the cochlea picks up and sends all the way into the auditory cortex of your brain. So let me explain something to you. Something that you know.
Really?
Absolutely.
So it's not vibrations in air that are picked up first.
That's what they teach you in the books.
Wow.
But guess what? ENT surgeons and neurosurgeons know about Meniere's disease. They know about tinnitus. You know about those Apple AirPods that I always talk, never put in your ear. That degrades the melanin in your ear. The more you degrade the melanin in your ear, you can't pick up light. Remember what we talked about POMC and melanin before? It makes you superhuman to electromechanical, or I should say electromagnetic radiation. Well, if you degrade the melanin in your ear, do you think you're going to be able to hear the light as well? The answer is no. So does that mean that the entropy that comes off that, which is the soliton? So what happens when you get misinformation? This is like when you were a young boy and you played telephone in your classroom. You know, the story was, oh, I went to church on Sunday, and when it comes out, you know, my teacher's a porno star on OnlyFans.
Yeah.
That's exactly what tinnitus.
The rumor mill, basically, right?
Exactly. In other words,
which is also the Byzantine generals problem, by the way.
Correct.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
And I'm glad you brought that up, because I think Bitcoiners will understand it from that perspective, but most of them don't understand why they have Meniere's disease. They don't understand why they have tinnitus. Why? Because they're putting the Apple AirPods in their ears because they think it's a cool thing to do because they're rich. And it's the stupidest thing you could ever do, because what is it doing? It's giving you brain damage when you do it, and it's ruining the solitons in your head. So everything distal to that, you're getting missense information. So you may not know this. There's a new disease that's occurred in your lifetime that when I was in medical school, never learned about. Have you ever heard of the disease called misphonia? This is when young kids, who most of them use earphones, wired, any kind of wired or wireless earphones, when they hear certain sounds, they get reactions like somebody is trying to rape them or trying to beat them up or this and that. In other words, it doesn't make sense. In other words, the response and the stimulus don't marry.
Right.
So what am I trying to tell you? Earlier today, you asked me some really cool questions about Claude Shannon. And I told you that the way Claude Shannon works, entropy and the entropy we talk about thermodynamically is the same, meaning that information and energy are the same. The message for Claude Shannon said, for it to be resonant, it has to be unusual. Well, what I'm telling you is your system is based like that, but in misphonia, the fidelity of the stimulus and the result are disconnected. In other words, they're not entangled.
So it's a signal distortion.
You got it.
Okay, let's jump to another book then. Light Shaping Life, Bio-photons in Biology and Medicine by
this is the greatest book ever that everybody should read. Roland Van Wyck.
Roland Van Wyck. So the concept...
So I got to tell you a story before you ask me the question.
Okay.
I spent $100,000 20 years ago translating Japanese and Russian papers that are buried in the bibliography of this book. You can buy this book now for a couple of $100, but it cost me $100,000 before the book was published.
Yeah.
So I want you to think about, this is my college tuition that I had to pay to get this information. Now, you guys, everything I'm about to tell you that you're going to ask me, you no longer have to believe Uncle Jack. It's in this book. You're very interested about how you're using technology. You're beginning to realize, maybe I'm beginning to find out why my gut doesn't work. Because guess what? No one's actually physically explained to you how the inverse square law works, what this all means, how this translates from photons to this. You know, we talk about solitons, all this, you know, for most people that listen to this, they're going to think this is mumbo jumbo and this and that. But guess what? Any book they open up, they're going to find out the papers from Ohio State where magnetic fields control solitons. You're going to like, fuck, Jack's right. Like, I love the guys on Twitter. There's a guy on Twitter named Helios. He always goes like this. When Jack says something unusual or outrageous on Twitter, he goes, I go look it up and then I find out it's true. And he goes, fuck. And here's the thing. Bitcoiners can't recoil from the fuck moments. Remember I told you about embracing the suck?
Yeah.
What am I trying to do, Robert? When I'm dead and buried and I'm not in your ear fucking, railing you out, I don't want you to be Hal Finney.
Right.
I don't want you to be Steve Jobs, and I don't want you to be Paul Allen. I want you to know that I may not like you, but I care about you, and it's my duty as a decentralized clinician to tell you the truth. It's your job as the podcaster to call bullshit on me or not. And when you do your fact checking and find out that Uncle Jack's right, all I ask for you is one thing. Tell some other idiot that doesn't know what you didn't know.
So what?
Just make sure it's a
how
Bitcoiner.
are humans
If they own Ethereum, don't tell them.
supposed to live in your view? Because obviously we are immersed in this digital age with all these tools around us all the time.
Use it smartly.
People have jobs that depend or can only be conducted through the computer. We live inside of power grids. We got Wi-Fi everywhere. Like, what are people
I've already
supposed
told you
to
that
do?
answer multiple times, but you still seem to be incredulous.
No.
Daylight
I've
computer,
heard the
outside.
question. So you're
I'm
saying,
talking about you specifically now. Forget about everybody else.
Okay.
Let's talk about you. Daylight computer. Everybody should be using that because it protects you from the blue light. Still has the risk.
EMF.
It still has the risk of RF and microwaves.
Yeah.
So what do we do with that? That means Robert needs to read his notes to know what he's going to ask the podcast guest. Try to do that off-label. Maybe your production guys are here. Hey, print this up for me and I'll put notes in front of me.
Yeah.
And I'm going to do it from notes instead. Then the cameras. You spend extra money, charge your sponsors more to sponsor the podcast, move the cameras further away from you. You got more money? Let's shield all the stuff. Put it as far away from us. But let's do the podcast outside. Also, how about we start doing the podcast between 11 and 2 o'clock? Why? Because what did we talk about earlier? When's your cognition the best? That time. So your best podcasts are going to be done when the sun is the best. Let's do it outside. Okay, we got wind. Okay, we need to have better microphones. In other words, what I'm telling you, use technology as a tool that actually can help you do it. So when your production guy says, Robert, I need you to spend $4,000 on a microphone, you go, fuck, that's crazy. I got to spend Bitcoin to do that. He just smiles and goes, stop being a cheap fuck. Mm-hmm. And then you go, but you're doing this to reserve your time because you want to be doing podcasts when you're 50. Mm-hmm. Well, in your case, 40, 50, 60, and 65. I want you to do what you do as well. For the same reason. Now, in my world, I didn't get this message, Robert. Like when I got my come to Jesus moment, I was your age right now, 39, 40 years old. Mm-hmm. And I tried to solve my own problem, and I did a good job fixing that. But when I realized truly what the problem was, everything in my life changed. When I tell you, I didn't do surgery at 6 o'clock in the morning anymore. I pushed back till after the sunrise came. I went outside, took my shirt off every day. Mm-hmm. All my surgery schedule was between 8 and 3, and I always made sure at solar noon, based on the season I was in between cases. I'd set my schedule up. Like if somebody wanted to have a brain tumor done, I'd say, I can't do on Thursday. I have to do it on Friday so that I can get out in the sun.
Get outside, get away from the electronic devices, never miss a sunrise, try to never miss a sunset.
Drink high latitude water, like you did earlier today. You drank some deuterium-depleted water.
Deuterium-depleted water.
It was a smart move for you to do that because we've been around, we're doing a lot of podcasts. Me and you have been doing a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Last couple of days.
Right. Okay. It's just so much for someone to change about their lives. But I guess that's the only way.
Do Bitcoiners care about that? It's a lot to change from fiat to Bitcoin too, but you did that. Yeah, so let me ask you a question. You did that for the value of money. Let me ask you a question. What's the most valuable asset you got?
Yeah, of course it's time. But
okay, stop. Hard stop. I'm not going to let you go over that speed bump and take it easy. Realize what you just said. I need you to stew in those tomatoes. I need you to understand that this is an asset that's more valuable. And the reason you don't appreciate it, like, you know, right now, my nurse, her dad is in surgery. His life can be extinguished.
Mm-hmm.
For him, that's really an important discussion. Guess what? I talked to you about Mark Peters earlier today. He asked me to get 6 months worth of time. For him, it was extremely valuable. You're 39 years old and you're like, bro, time isn't as valuable for me at 39.
Time is absolutely valuable, but what I guess I'm trying to understand is like how we have these modern lives that we've built, but you're saying flip the table over and walk away from it.
Well, isn't that what Bitcoin does?
And sure, a lot of people could maybe do that. I can maybe do that, but I'm thinking of the guy that's like, I don't know, running a tech company. You know, you just
I got guys that are tech companies. Did you not hear about my friend Jack Dorsey? Did he not do it?
Yeah. So what did he do though? He left.
Why don't you get him on the podcast and ask him? He did everything I'm telling you to do, and you're fighting with me. He didn't.
I'm not fighting with you. I'm saying, what did he do then? So he's still running Twitter, and then
he sold Twitter to Elon Musk. He said, "I'm going to."
When he was running Twitter and he was doing your protocol, was he still using a laptop every day?
Yeah, he was using a laptop, but he was using it smartly. And guess when he did it?
What does
he
that mean smartly?
Meaning he did it outside.
Okay.
Not charging like yours is right now because the battery's dead. In other words, he paid attention to when the battery was going. When you said it was 22% earlier and your boy said to you, hey, do you need a charger? You said, no, I should be good for 2 hours. Guess what? You were wrong. So guess what? Don't make that fucking mistake again. Got it? See, in other words, you're working smarter, not harder. Why? Because when you work harder, what are you doing? You're trading time for money. I don't want you to ever trade time for money again. And realize all these little transactions that you've made while I've been in your presence, you don't think Uncle Jack's paying attention to that, but I do. And see, when you're my patient, I really pay attention to it. Like right now, you and me, we just met. We're not bros. We don't hang out. We don't do this and that. We had one lunch together. What am I telling you? Well, I care more about your time than you do. That's what I'm telling you. I know that I can fix your gut, but I don't know that you can fix your gut. And I need you to understand that I need you all in. I don't need your fucking 80%. I need your 100%. I don't want to hear you tell me, well, Jack, I can't do this. I can't do this for this, that, and that. Then guess what? That is the other side of decentralized medicine. That's when I fire the patient. That's when I say, you know what? You are better to go to the Peter Attias, to the Hubermans. Go listen to their podcast because no, I'm not going to be able to help you. But do I know that I can fix and reverse your problem if you listen to the wisdom I'm giving you? Yeah, because that wisdom is 100% decentralized. Do I know what it is that's tickling that problem in your two nerves in your gut? No, I don't. I don't yet. But do I know that I can figure it out diagnostically, just like Malay figured it out for Argentina, just like Bukele figured it out for El Salvador, just like you and I are both hoping that Trump can figure it out with Bobby in the United States. We're hoping. We don't know, but we're hoping. And I'm going to tell you, I need you to stop focusing in on your I can'ts. I need you to start focusing on your I can'ts.
I don't think I've said the word I can't once this entire fucking conversation. So I don't know where you're getting at.
I don't think
Do you ever get pushback from your patients that you might be sitting on a high horse a little bit?
Yes, absolutely. All the time.
So what I'm just trying to get to is like practical wisdom for an audience that's mired in this stuff already. Like what are the actual changes they can make in their life without flipping over their whole fucking lifestyle? Because a lot of people don't have that option.
Yeah.
The guy working in IT that's been there for 10 or 15 years, like maybe he needs to keep working in IT for whatever reason.
But he can put flux, he can put a red light screen on that if the company won't let him do it.
So let's talk about some of that.
He can buy a plastic screen that goes over the computer.
A filter, there's software that will block out.
Software will do it, but you can have a plastic filter made by Acme Plastics in the United States. They'll put it and you can hang it right over. You can do it on your TVs too.
What about flicker? Flicker was another one you brought up.
Flicker's another big effect. That is anybody who's got migraines, it's totally tied to the lights around you. For example, the lights that flicker the most are LED lights. Those are the lights Obama and Biden gave us. What's the lights that everybody knows about that flickers? Fluorescent lights. Those are the ones that are in the cubicles, the IT guys. How do you know about flicker? When the light goes bad, you start to see the fluorescent bulb go. What people don't realize is when the light's brand new and you put it in the box, it flickers 20,000 times per second. Your brain doesn't perceive it. I should say your eye doesn't see it, but your brain perceives it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's actually what gives you the stroboscopic effects in your brain. What are those? The most common one is migraines.
Mm.
And that, when I went to Mississippi, before I took the job at the Hattiesburg Clinic, I told the people there, they told me how much money they were spending on the neurology clinic for the nurses that worked in the clinic. And I sat down with the person that ran their health issue. And much like you just said to me, Jack, the people that give you pushback, and these people gave me pushback, when I said to them, I think I could save you $2 million if you just listen to what I'm telling you. And it turned out the number one thing when I looked at what they were spending money on, this lady's name is Judy Lawrence. They were spending $2 million on nurses going into the neurology clinic for migraine headaches, and they were getting put on drugs. I said, if we can just get rid of the flicker effect, it goes away. And guess what happened? When they did that one thing, they were able to save money. Now, did they use that money wisely to do other things? No, it was the Hattiesburg Clinic. These people are centralized as fuck. They could care less about the people that work for them.
Right. Well, okay. So the other thing that comes up, this is back in light is shaping life. The concept of the bio-photon. So dates back to the 20th century with Russian scientist Alexander Gurwitch.
Yep. The onion root experiment.
Discovered what he called the mitogenic radiation.
Yep.
And he observed that living cells emitted low levels of ultraviolet light, as you said, which you believe could influence cell division and growth. So what
specifically what that means, it controls mitosis.
Okay.
This was the biggest point that I brought to Huberman, and he totally shit the bed on
And
this.
mitosis is?
Mitosis is cell division. When
Cell division, okay.
chromosomes split and you get two daughter cells. In other words,
so light
you can
is
have
controlling cell division.
Correct.
Okay.
And it's specific. It's UV light that does it. The light that the dermatologist and the ophthalmologist tell you is toxic to you. So every time you put sunglasses on, what are you doing? You're affecting mitosis.
Wow.
Every time you wear sunscreen, you're affecting mitosis. Every time you put clothes on, you're a different part of your body. Like when we talked about Frank Zappa, prostate cancer, you affected mitosis.
And this is, when you say impacting cell division, is like making people age more quickly? Like what?
No, actually, it does something worse. It actually keeps a senescent cell, meaning a cell that is not able to transform energy from the environment properly. It's a cell.
Alive.
No, it's a cell that has stayed online with its old stuff. This would be like Robert Breedlove driving in Miami with a 1958 Chevrolet that never had any maintenance, and it's got 400,000 miles. How good do you think that car is going to run?
Gotcha.
That
So
is what?
Interrupting cell senescence and division.
It interrupts everything.
Which is the creative destruction.
Correct.
That keeps you young.
Because remember,
healthy.
the two change programs of mitochondria, I think people know the names of those. That's apoptosis and autophagy. What is apoptosis? That's cell suicide. Like the 58 Chevy so bad, we junk it and we buy a brand new Corvette. What is autophagy? Autophagy is like, hey, the 58 is pretty good shape. It needs new leaf springs and a new
parts.
Right. We get the salvage parts, and guess what? We got a classic and we're good to go. That's actually what happens. What people don't realize is that UV light controls apoptosis. Infrared light, near infrared light controls autophagy. So light controls these processes that renovate us. They're the mechanic that's in our body that we don't even know that we have. And centralized medicine certainly doesn't know it, but the book that you just referenced actually talks about that mechanic. That's really what that book's all about.
Right.
What's the two things on life that are immortal? A hydra, and what's the second thing? Cancer. Stop. Think about what we just talked about. UV light actually controls mitosis. So what are you doing? When you interrupt mitosis, you get cancer. So guess what? UV light is the source of, I should say, the problem with cancer. Cells are not able to make UV light. So they become immortal. They can never undergo cell suicide. They can never undergo autophagy. So they stay in their present form and they decay due to entropy over time.
So they defy God.
Correct. And that's the reason why ultimately they kill you. So when you have metastasis, this is something I said to Rick and Huberman, and neither one of them picked up on it. I think Huberman was deathly afraid of it. You need UV light to actually get cell turnover. So what are metastasis? When you have a cancer, this is a cancer going to a different place where cells are creating UV light, then they stop. The problem is if that cell goes to a tissue that's got UV light, but say if it's liver and it's in your skin, not a good mix, and that's a problem. But what people don't realize, this is actually the process that mammals use when the asteroid hit to actually suck our hair and our skin that was tan to suck it inside. In other words, metastasis was a mammalian ability that we had that's now been changed to a pathologic problem. Why? Because our modern asteroid is this. What destroys UV biophoton creation in us? That
Non-native.
this RF microwave. So when you asked me the question before, and you're like, Jack, how are we going to do this? Are people giving you pushback? Of course they fucking are.
Mm-hmm.
But guess what? These are the same fucking people that are living in the time where cancer was out of control.
So you're drawing a direct connection here. So if cancer is the cell that won't engage in cell suicide or be eaten by other cells, it won't die.
It's the immortal
Is
cell.
the too big to fail paradigm for institutions is essentially cancerous, you're saying?
Absolutely.
So that's what cancer is, basically. The
Yeah,
lack of creative
And
destruction.
not only that, I think figuratively and literally, it fits pretty nicely.
It's stasis, right?
Correct.
Bureaucracy
Yeah.
stasis.
And that's the reason why when I sit down and talk to Bitcoiners and I talk to people with health, it's mind-boggling to me how they don't realize that health and wealth are like this.
Yeah.
They're exactly the same things. But the thing is, I think it's because the language that we talk about in health is so radically different than the language we talk about in finance. But what's the language that's the transformer that allows you to understand this, in my opinion? What's on that Christmas tree? What's on the wall behind us? It's Bitcoin. Why? Let's talk about this. How do cells regenerate? How do cells undergo apoptosis and autophagy? The two things we just talked about. They turn sunlight into a DC electric current. Tell me what Bitcoin runs on. Electricity, right? It's the proof of network. It's the same thing. But you don't realize that what's controlling your life actually runs the same thing that's in a tree, same thing than you. That's what's in Becker's book. That's one right here. Look, here you go, folks.
So
Here.
The electron transport chain is both happening within individual organism metabolisms and between organisms. you're saying.
Well, here's the interesting thing. It always stays active, but you want to know the interesting part?
Yeah.
When you're in sunlight that has UV in it, you know that it actually inhibits electron chain transport. We are designed to make no ATP and slow down electron chain transport. So what does that mean? This is the basis of the prescription that I wrote 20 years ago, the leptin prescription. When you're in sunlight, you don't need to eat food. Why? Because you're making energy from light, which is fundamentally the reason I have huge problems with all the food gurus. They want to tell you that it's about protein, carbohydrates, and fats. And guess what? I opened up a fucking biochemistry book and I said, show me where the transporters are for all those things in the intermitochondrial membrane. Turns out it's only about electrons and protons.
Can you live solely off of sunlight with no food?
Nobody knows because nobody's actually tried it. There's a lot of people that say they've tried it. The people that have been looked at carefully, they don't do it. They still wind up having to drink water and things like that.
Yeah.
So do I believe that we are so complex as eukaryotes, as I would say the animal that's furthest from the evolutionary tree? No, I don't believe that we can do it well. But guess what? The question you asked before about Hydra, they can do it. Can bacteria do it? Bacteria can be frozen in the ice. Right now, there's bacteria in the ice in Antarctica that we know has been frozen for 3 billion years. If we thought, it fucking works. We've already pulled those fucking creatures up from, ice cones that we're using, like tree rings. And guess what? As soon as we put them on a petri dish, heat them up, it's like they never died.
May I throw in another question?
Sure.
So you've spoken about how various events in the history of our biological evolution have led to our adaptation towards our current state.
Correct.
Is it possible that in the timeline of humanity, in 1,000 years' time, people will look back and say that these devices were the event that caused a new adaptation in us? In other words,
That's what autism is.
okay, so autism is the adaptation.
Absolutely.
But in theory,
Elon Musk is a GMO, but this is the case that I tried to make.
are there other hypothetical, like that's one adaptation, but
Yeah.
nature's going to try a lot of them.
Almost all the chronic diseases we have, if you want to know the truth, type 2 diabetes is also an adaptation to living at high latitude. I'll give you another one that actually links to your people. The disease hemochromatosis that, the Vikings had. People in northern European latitudes, what was the adaptation there? That was actually to avoid the bubonic plague. Why? The plague, since the Magna Carta, has been a sequential, infectious disease that's affected us. It turns out if you bleed yourself dry, you're less affected by bubonic plague. So when you think about that, then you start to go, hey, is that the reason why we innovated diseases like sickle cell and thalassemia major and minor? The answer is yes. In other words, everything that you see as a disease, you see as a disease because you're in an environment that no longer selects for that disease. But guess what? A good example is a disease that Robert asked me earlier about, like a genetic disease like cystic fibrosis, most common disease, genetic disease in humans today. Why is that still selected for? There's a reason that's still selected for genetically, even though it's not a mitochondrial disease. We don't know the answer to that. I have a pretty strong suspicion it has to do to mitochondrial heteroplasmy. Why? I wrote a blog about that, about my best friend that I told you about, Jeremy Tomley. It's called Jeremy Spoke at Class Today. I wrote about his cystic fibrosis. This is a guy that looks like Robert. His family was told he'd be dead at 6 years old. He looks like Michelangelo's David. He's more ripped than this guy. He does everything that I tell him to do. He lives in Mississippi on a Christmas tree farm connected to trees. He sells Christmas trees. Right now, it's the busiest time of the year. He never wears a shirt, never wears shoes. He blows glass. He's an artist. He's a fucking misfit. That's what I call him. He's my misfit. When I first met him, the lady that I told you about, the Hattiesburg Clinic, when I went to Mississippi, Judy Lawrence, do you know who hooked me and Jeremy up? Her. And she said, this is my son's best friend. The doctors are telling me he's dying. She goes, I think that you can keep him away. And what did he tell me was his biggest wish? He said, Jack, and this is the time I met him. He's 30 years old. He says, Jack, the doctors at UAB, University of Alabama, Birmingham, are telling me that I'm going to have a lung transplant, double lung transplant, because of the path I'm on. I'm going to have problems with this, that, and the other thing. I'm like, I'm listening to him. He's sitting with me in a fucking Starbucks on Hattiesburg, 98. And he's drinking one of those fucking green drinks. And I tell him, first thing we're going to do is throw that fucking green drink away, because that's going to make you worse. And I said, then we're going to get up and we're going to go outside and sit outside in the sun. And then I'm going to tell you about the 28th latitude where you're at. You're technically at the 30th, but this has been good, but you need to come further south. The mistake that he made when Robert started pushing back before about, Jack, people can't throw the table up. Jeremy's got a fucking fatal disease. If he fucks up, he's fucking dead. Well, just so you know, Jeremy's the same age you are right now, bro. He's 40 years old. This motherfucker is ripped.
The Viking disease you mentioned earlier, I forgot.
Hemochromatosis.
Isn't methylene blue a good treatment for that?
You can use it for methemoglobinemia, but that's not something you do. It turns out the diseases that we just talked about, like thalassemia, the big one is G6PD deficiency. You can't use methylene blue for that.
Can we just talk about what is methylene blue's role in this mitochondrial function?
It's pretty simple. It's when deuterium affects the inner mitochondria, and it turns the Krebs cycle. You know, the TCA cycle that you learn about? That's called the tricarboxylic acid cycle. And Krebs cycle, other people learned it about like in St. George's time. This is a cycle that goes around and basically it shows how carbon moves. But really what it's doing, it's a cycle and it's anabolic and catabolic. It can spin both ways.
Okay.
Turns out what happens with disease when you inject too much deuterium into the system and it breaks, because this cycle happens inside the mitochondrial matrix. This is inside that membrane that you've been talking about, where the electron chain transport is. It breaks down. Then it becomes a linear system. In other words, you're going back to a time in evolution where the TCA cycle didn't work. Here's the very interesting thing about the TCA cycle that your boys in the carnivore world don't know about. If you eat carnivore, you eat nothing but fat and protein. If you don't see the sunrise, do you know that you can't use the TCA cycle? Did you know that?
No.
Shocking, right? But guess what? Don't you think before anybody goes carnivore, they should be told that by a fucking centralized doctor or a decentralized doctor? There's a guy on Twitter. His handle is @HTW. The fucking guy banned me for saying that 4 years ago. Don't you think he puts a post out like 2 years ago and goes, this motherfucker told me this a long time ago and I thought he was an asshole? And it's true. You cannot use the TCA cycle unless you see the sunrise.
So what is methylene blue doing then? And
recapitulates
the TCA
the linear and allows you to move hydrogen so that you can make water. Remember what I told you the exhaust was?
Yeah.
The entropy side? CO2 and water. So if you can't do that, you got a big problem. So when your TCA cycle is broken, for any reason, adding methylene blue could be a solution. So where do I publicly talk about methylene blue? Brought it up because of Rick. I told Rick, I'll do your podcast if you talk to everybody and tell everybody why Peter Attia was an idiot. Why? Because after Rick talked to everybody before he went and had his heart surgery at Stanford, I'm the only one, after he talked to everybody else, said, when you're on heart bypass on that machine, you need to use methylene blue. Why? Because it'll protect the melanin sheets in your ear. You now know why that's a little bit important, because Rick, best music producer in the world, we need that melanin sheet in his brain to work in those acoustic relays. Why? We need all those solitons cooking so that we can get the music from him that we want.
How should people be thinking about using methylene blue? Is this something
I'm going to tell you, you're not going to like this answer. You have to work with a doctor that knows what they're doing. And you want to know the truth? The only doctors that know how to use methylene blue are cardiovascular surgeons and neurosurgeons. And when you look at those two specialties, those specialties don't use it. Like not every neurosurgeon knows what I said in the Rick Rubin podcast. Like what I've said in multiple podcasts since then, I use methylene blue when there's huge mitochondrial damage from trauma. Like when the brain is swelling out of the head, that's when I hit it. Like the famous story that I talked about in Danny's podcast that fucking stunned everybody was the little girl that Chantel did with me, that the guy was trying to rape her and bashed her head in. And it took me 24 hours to take all the skull out of her brain. Her fucking brain was out of her head. I basically removed half her skull and then put a big balloon around it. And I was pushing methylene blue into her constantly. Why? Because I was trying to shrink her brain. And what didn't I want to do to a 16-year-old girl? Just cut her fucking brain off so that we could get her through the surgery. Yeah, she'll get through the surgery. She'll live, but she's going to be missing half her brain. That means the other part of her body won't work. Is she going to be able to go to college? Fuck no. And I knew that. And I felt that I could save her. My staff doctor thought I was fucking crazy. Well, guess what? You heard how the story went in Danny's podcast. Turned out she went to college. She did fine. She recovered 90% of her function.
Wow.
Did I listen to fucking Metallica the whole time I did it? Was I doing things my own way, my decentralized way? Remember the story I told you guys in the car today when fucking Mississippi called me down to get my license? This is the fucking shit they wanted to know about. This was the shit that I didn't tell them. Because guess what? The guys who are neurosurgeons are going to listen to this like, I'm not going to do that stuff. If I did that in my residency, I'd be fired.
Right.
But guess what? Dr. Klein wasn't firing me. Why? Because he knew that I did the due diligence to do this. And he wasn't the staff doctor on that case. Another doctor was. And he's the guy that told me to give her up. And I said, fuck you. And when I went in front of that M&M meeting that I told you about, morbidity and mortality, I stood up in front of all those motherfuckers and had to tell them my rationale for what I did. And you want to know the coolest part of the story that I didn't tell Danny? Not one of those motherfuckers said a damn word because they learned something. They learned something. Well, no, fuck the saving the life. That's not the story. That's not the lesson. You know what the lesson is? A fucking stupid resident knew something that a goddamn neurosurgeon who's trained for 20, 30, 40 years didn't know. Do you know why they didn't know it? Because they didn't do the due diligence. They didn't go and read what they needed to read. They didn't even know about methylene blue. And you want to know the thing that pisses me off, Robert? That's the main problem between centralized and decentralized medicine. And if you don't think it's a big deal, remember when we talked earlier when you've been here, I told you about some of the things that happened with Danny. Like he didn't want to go there. Luke didn't want to go there. Well, I decided to go there with this. Why? Because I knew that I was right.
Right.
And you have to know when you know something, you got to go all in. It's just like when a Bitcoiner knows, I know this is the way to go. You do it. But here's the thing. When we do make a decision about money, dude, this isn't a life or death thing. This, for this little girl,
life or death.
It was. And let me just tell you something. I don't take gambling on time lightly. Like for me, dude, this is why I took that oath. What separates me, I want you to remember what I said about Peter Attia. He told Rick before the surgery, what Jack told you is fucking crazy. Well, I got news for you. You ever do Rick's podcast? Ask him how fucking crazy I am now.
No.
With him sitting across from you. But guess what? You don't see fucking Peter Attia coming out on his fucking podcast telling people his mea culpa, right? In other words, the M&M conference that should fucking happen hasn't happened. That's the difference between fucking him and me.
Methylene blue and light. Is there a relation?
There is.
What's it doing with light?
This is kind of an interesting.
It increases if you do infrared therapy, right? It's supposed to enhance the infrared therapy.
It does, but it works by something that's very unique to photobiomodulation. There's a law that tells you a little bit of light is better than a lot. This is one of the crazy things about methylene blue. When you hit somebody with methylene blue, you can only give them a certain amount of light. You can't give them too much. So, for example, you probably heard the story that I did with Chantal's dad about his AMD. When we fixed his AMD using red light, we didn't use methylene blue in him, but we hit him with a shit ton of red light. If I had given him methylene blue, which I could have done, I could have used less red light to get him better to get the same result. But the thing is, you have to be working with a doctor that actually fucking understands that issue. Most of the jackasses that are out there, they don't understand the nonlinear effects of methylene blue. Most of them don't even understand that methylene blue is a base chemical that's a dye. It's related to hydroxychloroquine. So hydroxychloroquine is a drug that worked for COVID.
Yeah.
So when, Mary Talley Bowden, who I think is a rock star, who I just did a podcast, with about this, she got in trouble with the Texas Medical Board for using drugs outside the COVID regimen, that her hospital at Houston Methodist, pushed. If she had known this story about methylene blue, she could have actually skated past the Texas Medical Board, the medical staff bylaws. But this is the reason why you have to be careful. Like if I start telling people my secret sauce of the things that I'm doing, then what happens to me when I'm the only guy doing this? I go in front of the medical board and they're like, this is crazy talk. Nobody else does this. This is not studied. Doesn't matter how many papers I show them from 1927, 1934, 1936. But guess what? When I did that M&M conference to save that little girl's life, I pulled out all those fucking papers and showed my neurosurgeons that this was in the literature, that you fuckers didn't read it. How do you like that? See, now here's the funny thing. My peers realized that I did the work. But if you go and do that in the medical staff bylaws, you go do that for the Texas Medical Board, you go do that. No, that's, you stepped out of the line. You have to be and do what everybody else does, because guess what? It's a centralized system. We need you to have somebody with COVID, you give them injection, and then they go on and they come back 6 months later and they get another one. Mm-hmm. And that's how we do things. And if they get sick, and it's not the vaccine that causes it. Mm-hmm. That's not how medicine is practiced. That's how medicine is practiced when there's an oracle that's sitting between me and you right now. That's the difference between centralized and decentralized medicine.
And what is the oracle in that?
The oracle in that is the journal editors that blocked all this information.
Got it.
Like, why didn't you learn about methylene blue and COVID? You probably just knew or heard that you could use methylene blue for
I learned about
COVID.
it through biohacking, which was another decentralized.
But you
route.
Probably didn't know about it with COVID.
No,
That actually was a solution for COVID. But why didn't you learn that? Because the journal editors in the New England Journal of Medicine and every other journal would never let this be published. Because if it did, that mean that Dr. Fauci's emergency use authorization was illegal. That means that the COVID vaccine could never been popped.
How does the proposal you made to Bukele use Bitcoin to solve that problem?
Well, I mean, that's what I call a quantum leap in this discussion.
Yeah.
That's when we're going to attempt to use zero knowledge proofs and the open timestamps of Bitcoin to actually disintermediate the IP. What does that do? When you disintermediate the IP, it takes the journal articles out. Why? This is a PhD. I'm giving you an analogy now. Someone like Dr. Alexis Cowan, who worked in the Rabinowitz lab that we talked about earlier today at lunch, she goes and does studies that say she gets money from Nicole Shanahan. She finds out Nicole has a specific question she wants to answer about her daughter, Echo. So she uses photobomb modulation and, say, crystals to see if she can deliver near-infrared light and UV light into her daughter to somehow make the situation for autism better, so she can stimulate her mitochondria to go through better autophagy and beta or apoptosis. She can do that study in this system. That study, if we did it, say, at the University of, or Princeton, where the Rabinowitz lab is, that would take 12 to 18 months to get done. In this new system, it would take 4 to 6 weeks to get done. And then Alexis could turn around and say, I'd like Michael Hamlin and, say, Tina Carew, the two experts in this area, to review my paper. And I'm going to stake you, argument's sake, I'm going to give $2,500 for each one of you to do it. So that means you do it, meaning Tina Carew or Michael Hamlin, but not the PhDs in your program. Because right now, how peer review works, the journal editors, they're in between this process. They're the ones that pick the reviewers. Mm-hmm. The people that do the research have no say in this game at all. So you have now the guys in the centralized tower tell you who can review it. And then once they review it, they decide if it get published or not.
Got it. So this is a centrally controlled, semi-permeable membrane.
Do you want to hear the worst part that we haven't talked about yet? Do you know who owns that system? Robert Maxwell and Ghislaine Maxwell. How's that? You didn't think Epstein was going to come into this environment.
Go on.
The Mossad, the Zionists. These are the guys. Know who Robert Maxwell was. Dual passport guy in your boy's country, UK. This is Ghislaine Maxwell, the madam of Jeffrey Epstein.
Right.
Her family owns all the journals and the peer review process. So what does that tell you? That tells you that somebody in the UK that has passports in the UK and passports in Israel controls the science done through the NIH.
That's not really science. It's not a truth discovery.
Tell me, let's go back to our first day that we talked. Aren't we back as you like to coin the term, conspiracy theory.
Mm-hmm.
Is it really conspiracy when I just told you the person that's running the Oracle problem in centralized science is actually a person that owns periodicals, papers, newspapers? Aren't we back to Edward Bernays and propaganda?
And how are there not other periodicals or journals competing with them?
They're predatory journals, but they can't compete. Why? Because they don't own the right journals. Remember how this works, my friend. I want you to think about Bitcoin now. If something is done on Lightning or say Liquid, as Bitcoiners, we're okay with that. But what if something ran on Solana? We would be like, yeah, I'm not doing that. Or something run on Tezo, or something worked on some other chain because it worked here. We'd be like, yeah, I'm not going to allocate capital to that. Well, the same thing is true in medicine. It's prestigious to publish in the Lancet. It's prestigious to publish in Cell. It's prestigious to publish in the New England Journal of Medicine. Well, guess who controls all those journals? The people that I just told you. So do you understand now why I'm really mad? Because it turns out science is stolen by the same people that are tied to the other parts of this story.
Is this a money printing problem again?
Absolutely.
They control.
Of course it is.
They centralize and control scientific narrative through centralization and control of the money.
100%.
Wow.
It's the reason why you never got the truth about anything. It's the reason why the neurosurgeons didn't know about methylene blue and the little girl. Why? You realize that methylene blue is off patent? Do you know why you didn't learn anything about methylene blue? Off patent, dirt cheap. You know what the price for Big Pharma was that they made on these messenger RNAs? I don't even have to tell you what the number is. You already know because this is discoverable in this podcast. Anthony Fauci made $440 million in royalties.
Jeez.
Do you think he can make $440 million worth of royalties in methylene blue?
No.
Let's take it a step further. Mary Talley Bowden, ENT doctor, who first used hydroxychloroquine, which I told you comes from methylene blue chemically. That got taken away from her because the pharmacies wouldn't do it. Then she started to use monoclonal antibodies, worked. They took that away from her. So what does she do next? This ivermectin thing. Turns out it also works. Do you know why ivermectin got taken away? Also a drug off patent, just like methylene blue. And guess what happened? The Texas Medical Board tries to take her license away. The FDA posts that famous picture online about it's horse pace. Come on, give me a break. I can't believe you're doing this. She sues the FDA over that ad. You want to know what happens? She wins. The FDA has to pull that ad off of Twitter. How do you like that? But the thing is, you as a Bitcoiner don't know this happened, but you know that you just lived through this fucking shitstorm that we all did. But you got to realize something. Mary Talley Bowden, a centralized ENT, was fighting for Robert Breedlove and every Bitcoiner out there. Because what was she doing? She was taking an off-patent drug that Big Pharma couldn't make money from and trying to help your fucking sorry ass. And you didn't realize that she was working for us. She's part of the orange pill crew. And you want to know the sad part? Mary's probably going to listen to this and be mad at me, but she's a no-coiner. And I'm trying to get her orange pilled. I'm trying to tell her about our world, about this, how this could pay off her $200,000 of legal bills that she did. She was fighting on our behalf as patients. I'm hoping some Bitcoiner, I'm hoping somebody like Elon Musk or Jack Dorsey or even Nicole Shanahan listens to this and says, you know what? I'm just going to pay her bill. Why? Because that's the kind of doctor that we need to fight for us.
Yeah.
And I want people to understand how this system is so corrupted because it is the money.
Yeah.
And if you don't understand these stories, these anecdotes I'm giving you, dude, this is my life. This is why I'm fucking pissed off about this whole system.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, interrupt for 1 second. 10 more minutes. Chantal wants to make some transition.
No, I think we're good here, actually. I think this is a great place to bring it to a close. We've come back to Bitcoin, and we're going to dive deeper into Bitcoin philosophy, all of these things in our future sessions. So thank you,
I have
Uncle
one
Jack.
question to ask. I'm just curious. Is the brain, how would you conceptualize it? A processor, a receiver, Like, is it like generating things, or is it receiving? Like intuition? What's intuition? I don't know.
The answer is yes to all those things.
Okay, right. I was just curious. It's a big thing. I couldn't. You've just broken down how the body is not what I thought it was, and now I'm like, what the fuck's the brain? Because it's not the same.
The brain is like the horn on that animal.
So you conceptualize it as a receiver.
It's bidirectional.
Receiver.
Yeah, it's an electromagnetic antenna.
Okay, cool.
But you have to realize, does it work quantum mechanically? Does it have Joseph's junctions in it? Yeah. Does it work by semiconduction? Does it work with water? Absolutely. All of it, yes.
Cool.
It is the first ever quantum computer on the planet that has very unique abilities. What's it really built for? You want to know what it's optimized for? To tell trends. Like when we are
Pattern
doing things.
recognition.
Yeah, pattern recognition is the big thing. Like why did Robert or myself become Bitcoiners early on? We picked up the cent early, but remember when you and I talked about cents earlier, like we don't realize we used to track our mates through cent, but our brain is actually doing that. There's actually quantum mechanical process. Like Luca Turin has described how we smell electromagnetically. A guy was given a Nobel Prize for the way we don't. That's the receptor. That's total bullshit. But that's what the guy got the Nobel Prize for. And, this brings up another part. Maybe we end on this. Do you know why the Nobel Prize got its name? Do you guys have any clue about the history of the Nobel Prize?
Swedish Nobel laureate.
Right. Great. Do you know that Alfred Nobel was a douchebag?
Right.
Everybody hated him. So what did he do? I'm going to offer a cash prize, give it out so that I get good PR and everybody thinks I'm a good guy. Today, nobody knows that he was originally a douchebag. So guess what? This guy is basically Rockefeller and Rothschild, except because he gave a prize away for centralized science, everybody thinks he's a great guy. Propaganda at its core. Again, we come back to the Edward Bernays thing, but guess what? Nobel started this before Edward Bernays. So what am I trying to tell you? Those things were percolating in the ether, and then Bernays puts it all together that actually propaganda is actually something that we can use to change our perception in that pattern recognition machine that nature built over 3.8 billion years by using POMC and using light and using water and using carbon-based semiconductors. That, to me, is the most amazing part. And the other thing that our brain does that I did talk to you guys about earlier, so it does something even more amazing. It allows us to see the world as it isn't. So that way we can game theory out things that can happen in our imagination.
Simulation generator.
Correct. So guess what? Ideation without execution leads to deletion of every good idea. So if you have a good idea, you don't execute on it. What's our vernacular in Bitcoin? You get Bitcoin at the price you deserve. If you didn't buy it, that's your college tuition. But when you think about it, this has multiple iterations. Like we could take this iteration and talk about science, like how you didn't use it. You could talk about, the girl you let get away. Or you could talk about like, okay, I didn't have foie gras today at Monarca. Understand what I'm saying? It's kind of like you look at his face when he was eating the foie gras and you go, dude, I probably should have got that.
It's opportunity.
But then he looked at you when you're eating like the pasta and you're like, oh, so you just started to see something. You were able to imagine in your brain the joy that that other person was going through. You don't experience it, but you have the ability to imagine.
It's empathy.
Well, you're sharing it. You're sharing it through other people.
Correct. That's the part of the quantum entanglement.
Right.
Because we were all together in that space, you guys got to see people doing different things, even though you didn't have the experience. You're like, but I learned something about the people that were at this lunch. And I learned something about how their brain tolerated when he put that foie gras in his mouth and I looked at him and he just put his head back and this and that, made me happy because he trusted me. He didn't know me. He knows me as well as all three of you guys do. But when he put it in his mouth, I just smiled. And I'm like, how do you like me now? It's just like when Robert says, okay, I got one of my guys in, my man cave to buy Bitcoin. You go, how do you like me now? Or, you know, when Robert says, okay, I want to have some wine, let's put some port in it. Hey, that's actually pretty good. It's a new experience. Like when you have a new experience with someone, you get to learn something. It's not something that is in your experience, but you can take something away, even if you don't have the experience. Our brain allows us to simulate that situation. So therefore, when we're faced with a new opportunity,
we're prepared.
You got it.
Yeah.
And that's what makes our brain amazing. But guess what? The animal on my wall back there, that animal doesn't have that ability. Our nearest relatives don't have that ability. You know what the most amazing thing about silly talking monkeys are? That we have the ability to see the world as it isn't. That's when Robert pushed back today, and I told him, I need you to understand the first 25 years of Uncle Jack's life, I lived without that fucking shit, and I did perfectly fine without it. And I'm telling you, I know something you don't know.
Without what shit?
This shit.
Oh, yeah.
Can we tomorrow? I'm just curious as a broad thing because I see you get animated about certain things, and I'm like, okay, you don't normally talk about these things.
No.
You're a neuroscientist.
Yeah.
We're now talking about cognitive theory, perception, time, intuition.
Yeah, but that's still all brain stuff.
Yeah, but that's the thing.
I think that those guys have fucking stolen our science.
But the thing is, like, it would be interesting, just this conversation, where it goes, like, that is all fascinating stuff. And it's a different branch of your cognitive process, which you have every right to have authority over because you're a fucking neuroscientist. Regardless of the authority that brings, it's legitimized by the fact that you've thought about these things beyond just mechanisms. And I think it's an interesting,
you can't be a brain
interesting subject.
Yeah, but you can't be a brain
Perception,
surgeon. You can't be a brain surgeon without this. You have to realize
I know. But you
we deal with the whole quantum computer.
Yeah.
If you don't think that we're reductionists, take it apart and know, like I'll give you for example. You know what? One of the most amazing things about brain surgery that nobody ever talks about, I can go in and take your temporal lobe, your frontal lobe out, literally move 1/6 of your brain, and you will be exactly the same if I put you through a neurologic exam with a neurologist. And you go, that fucking is astounding. So what does that tell you? Is it the sheer size of your brain? Or is there something else that allows this computer to do what it does?
It's like you could wax lyrical, I'm sure, on like the whole Phineas Gage thing. Right?
Yeah.
So like, I feel like there's real fucking meat on the bone for this guy to go into different territory.
Well,
but I don't mean different. I mean like.
Well, this isn't different. To me, this is the same.
Yes, exactly. But the thing is,
like I used to talk about Phineas Gage when I was centralized neurosurgeon.
Right.
Sure,
You got a spike blown through your head, and all of a sudden we learn about frontal lobes.
It's not novel. But
Yeah.
the thing is that to have your perception on subjects that most people have never heard of.
Well,
Yeah.
tomorrow
Just a thought.
we're
I love
gonna
this
do
shit. I love it.
the philosophy day, which I think that's kind of what you're getting
Yeah,
at. Is like
metaphysical,
let's go to the bottom of
perception.
your worldview, the bottom of your understanding of the world. You're
You talk
talking a lot
the
about
mechanisms of the brain and the body.
yeah.
But like why we think the way we do, not just beyond an emergent property, but like shit, evolution has an intention apparently. We don't know what God's eye is. Like it just
I think we know. I think evolution is driven by redox chemistry. In other words, the more net negative charge we make, that's what drives us that way. Remember, I told you earlier that when you drink from a fire hose, it's very difficult. It blows your lips out and this and that when you go against the thermodynamic flow, that's the wrong thing. Well, guess what? What's the basic thermodynamic flow in biology and evolution? The more net negative charge, the better. The more positive charge, the worse. So, for example, when we talked about chlorophyll and then we talked about melanin and hemoglobin in the middle, what did chlorophyll provide? Less net negative charge. It only charge separated water into 2 electrons. Melanin does 4, actually millions. So that is actually the basic thermodynamics. That brings you right back to some of the things that Saylor said to Robert fucking 8 years ago, 4 years ago, whenever the fuck it was. You know, it's a thermodynamic answer. If the airplane's, gear is bad, you're not going to want to land that fucking plane. Well, it turns out if you are thermodynamically sound, then you can do a lot more. That's effectively the difference between us and the rhino on the wall. But if you think the rhino on the wall doesn't have some amazing quantum abilities in it, you're a fucking idiot. Because it does. It has some abilities that have atrophied in you. It can find its way around Africa and you'd be fucking standing there with your iPhone and go, why doesn't this work? Because you don't have magnetochemistry in you anymore that operates. Why? Because it's been atrophied by every time you use a Garmin device. It's no different than when you put like a cast on your leg. You don't realize that, are there any casts on the leg for animals in the wild? No. But guess what? We know that animals break their leg and they're able to recover. Well, we go, well, we'd like to know how they do that, but you don't know what animals are doing in the wild. You know, we don't have that. We don't have the ability for you guys to put your camera in their cubby holes and see what happens to the leg when it's broken and how they recover. But do we know that happens? We do. We found animals that are injured and like, how the fuck did they recover from this? It's kind of like the story I told you about the little girl that got her head bashed in, you know, from the lamp. Like, people hear that story and they're like, holy shit. You wouldn't think someone could recover and get 90% of their function back. But why does that happen? It happens because a doctor didn't know she was coming in, but when he was free, decided to read papers from 1927 and 1934 about methylene blue and said, I think if I use this, I can help this girl. And guess what? Is there any thermodynamic cost to me? No, because guess what? She's going to fucking die anyway. It's the story I told you guys about Mark Peters. The centralized doctors told him he's going to die in 2 weeks.
Nothing to lose.
So what has he got to lose? Well, okay, let's give him deuterium-depleted water and some red light and see what happens. I mean, what the fuck is the problem? But guess what? When that happens and it works, and we talk about it on a podcast, that's when you hope there's some jackass watching this as a centralized doctor, and they go, fuck, I never thought about that. Maybe I should consider that. Or maybe somebody watches the podcast and says, maybe I should sell my salon and just fucking buy Bitcoin and forget about all this nonsense. I mean, what we're trying to do is get people back.
Centralized medicine is a shitcoin.
100%.
Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this episode, click here to find more just like it, and here to find our most recent episode. Also, make sure to like this video to help shine light on the corruption of money, and be sure to subscribe to this channel to stay connected.